20+ dashboards, which can be viewed by academic as well as administrative cadres. Let's take a deep dive into one of these dashboards.
Namaskar, good morning, and a very warm welcome to this second day of our national conference. At the very outset, I would like to welcome the dignitaries on the stage. I invite Secretary, Department of School Education, Government of India, Mr. Sanjay Kumar on stage. I invite Additional Secretary, Department of School Education, Government of India, Srimati Lang Chonghoe Sweetie Changsan on the stage. Invite our Honorable Vice Chancellor, SPPU, Professor Suresh Gosawiji on the stage. We would also like to have Secretary, Education Madhya Pradesh, Srimati Rashmi Arun, and Secretary Education Maharashtra, Shri Ranjit Singh Deol. I request Management Council member Dr. Nitin Ghorpade to welcome our Secretary and Additional Secretary with a wonderful potted plant, thereby ensuring our commitment towards environment. Sir, one more. Yeah. That's great. Our Additional Secretary, Srimati Lam Chonghoe Sweetie Changsan, Department of School Education, Government of India. Thank you. I request Srimati Amarpreet Dugal, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Education, Government of India, to welcome our Honorable Vice Chancellor, SPPU, Professor Suresh Gosawiji. I request Mr. Vinayak Garg, Commissioner Navodaya Vidyalaya Samiti, to welcome Srimati Rashmi Arun, Secretary Education Madhya Pradesh, and Shri Ranjit Singh Deol, Secretary Education Maharashtra. Our focus for the second day is capacity building and training of teachers in blended mode. I invite our Additional Secretary, Department of School Education, Government of India, Srimati Lang Chonghoe Sweetie Changsan, to give her welcome address.
A very good morning to everyone. Namaskar. Respected Secretary, School Education and Literacy, Shri Sanjay Kumar, sir. Respected Vice Chancellor of Savitribai Phule, Pune University, Professor Suresh Kosavi. My colleagues on the stage, Principal Secretary, Education, Government of Madhya Pradesh, Ms. Rashmi Arun, and Principal Secretary, Education Department, Government of Maharashtra, Mr. Randeep Singh Deol, my esteemed colleagues and officials of the Ministry of Education, Government of India, and from the states and union territories, education secretaries and the SPDs and their teams. Esteemed experts, members of civil society organizations, and everyone else present here today. I extend a very warm welcome to all of you to this second day of the National Conference on Foundation Literacy and Numeracy, with the theme Creating Base for Lifelong Learning, on the eve of the G20 Summit for Education. It's indeed been a pleasure here through meeting you all and interacting yesterday. Yesterday, we talked about pedagogy for FLN, Foundational Literacy and Numeracy, in the context of multilingualism. Today, we shall be talking about capacity building of the teachers through blended mode to address the needs and requirements of foundational literacy and numeracy. As we know, India has more than 14 lakh schools, 26 crore students across different kinds of schools and socioeconomic backgrounds, over 9 lakh teachers. To cater to such a diverse, complex, and enormous student and teacher and as a school ecosystem, we need a policy that would prepare them for the 21st century, provide them equitable access to quality education for the divergent educational and learning needs, and at the same time, keeping them grounded in the Indian ethos, roots, and values. The National Education Policy 2020 achieves that target perfectly. It focuses on the unique caliber and interests of each child, and yet opens the door for standardization of learning outcomes, amongst other things. The COVID pandemic exacerbated the challenges in the education sector, but by actively engaging with the students, teachers, parents, and using digital platforms and other innovative ways, and like the alternative academic calendar prepared by the NCERT, we have been able to mitigate learning loss to an extent. Since then, we have worked towards fighting these challenges with a multi-pronged approach. However, it is clear that the issues are considerably huge, and we require concerted efforts from all government officials, teachers, parents, and importantly, civil society organizations to address them. With the NEP 2020 in place, we have a comprehensive framework through which we can implement new age solutions to overcome the challenges we have faced in our education system. In the last few years, we have recognized and expressed concern for the poor learning outcomes of our children, which was further impacted by the lockdown. We all know about the last NAS, National Achievement Survey report that emerged. Learning outcomes are one of the key determinants of the success of our future workforce. The policy NEP 2020 recognizes that at the foundational stage, learning is integral to achieving grade level learning outcomes later in life. With this idea, it prioritizes foundational learning and literacy and numeracy. to ensure that all children in our country can read with comprehension, write, and perform basic math skills by the age of 8. In the Ministry of Education, we had launched the FLN mission at the central level, and the states and UTs have started implementing the program at their respective level with a great success. In these last 2 years, many activities have taken place at up to state, district, block, and even school level in which the FLN mission operates. So it's our target to put forth concerted efforts to ensure every child is able to be proficient in FLN. In line with the strategy to achieve FLN, last year, we also designed a national curriculum framework for foundational stage. This is the first time, in fact, that in India, we have come up with a foundation and curriculum framework at the foundational stage, taking the 3 years before class 1 and classes 1 and 2. This would strengthen our approach from the pedagogical perspective, keeping in mind the pedagogical and curricular structure which has been prescribed by the NEP. This NCF foundation stage was released in October 2022, and this framework is our effort to provide our system a common base and enable us to standardize the grade-wise learning outcomes across our country. Accordingly, initiatives in foundational literacy and numeracy are being aligned with the national curriculum framework at the foundation stage. Today, we are going to talk about capacity building of teachers, especially in the context of foundational literacy and numeracy. Learning is no longer limited to traditional classrooms, but it's expanded to digital ways. Hence, a blended form of learning is a new approach where blended learning combines the traditional method and online learning to enhance the learning experience, maximize effectiveness, and increase the reach of education. For this to become sustainable, it is imperative that teachers are well equipped with the skills, knowledge, and pedagogical approaches to adapt to the changes, and they are able to implement blended learning methods effectively. The new education policy establishes teachers at all levels as the most respected and essential members of our society because they truly shape our next generation of citizens. Therefore, it's pertinent that we empower teachers and help them do their job effectively as possible. So I would like to just state here that in India, we had started off with independence with a lot of focus on the institutions of higher education. And then we moved on to school education many decades later with the coming of the Right to Education Act over a decade ago. And now with the visionary National Education Policy 2020, we have brought in a focus on this very essential and literally, in the sense, foundational, at the foundational level, foundational literacy and numeracy. It's a first and most important step in the educational journey of a child. Therefore, it's our duty to ensure that the FLN targets are met within the stipulated time. I hope that today's discussion at this conference will help us enhance our resolve to address these common challenges and work together, states, centers, UTs, institutions, and civil society for a brighter future. In this conference, we have an opportunity to share and discuss some of our best practices and ways in which their impact can be amplified in all our states and UTs so that every child can become proficient in foundational literacy and numeracy. I'm truly grateful to our co-hosts in this summit, the government of Maharashtra, and especially the Savitribai Phule, Pune University, the Vice Chancellor and his team. And I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks on behalf of the ministry for making this event possible. And thank you so much for joining us. And I would like to wish everyone the best, and let us have a great start to this day. Once again, with words of welcome, I conclude. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, ma'am. We will view a short film on FLN.
Education and learning begins from birth and early childhood. Children naturally absorb knowledge through their real-life experiences. They learn best through play and in a joyful environment. The foundational learning is an indispensable prerequisite for all future learning. For this reason, in India's National Education Policy 2020, the focus has been emphasized upon foundational learning, which is aligned with the vision of India's Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji.
राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति के तहत फाउंडेशनल लिटरेसी एंड न्यूमरेसी के विकास को एक राष्ट्रीय मिशन के रूप में लिया जाएगा। प्रारंभिक भाषा का ज्ञान, संख्या का ज्ञान, बच्चों में सामान्य लेख को पढ़ने और समझने की क्षमता का विकास ये बहुत आवश्यक होता है।
Under his leadership, the Ministry of Education has been driving the goal of foundational literacy and numeracy as a national mission. Nipun Bharat, as this mission is called, aims to enable every child to achieve basic reading with understanding and numeracy by grade 3, for which learning goals have been identified for preschool class to grade 3 in the form of Lakshyas. Nishtha 3.0 program for Nipun Bharat ensures the training of over 25 lakh pre-primary and primary teachers across India. They are being trained on how to make education fun with play for effective and hands-on learning of children. Vidya Pravesh, a 3-month play-based school preparation program, prepares children for formal learning at schools in class 1. Early education ascertains overall development of a child, be it cognitive, intellectual, speech and language, or social and emotional. Today's children are tomorrow's adults, with potential to pave powerful path for their nation's progress. That is how India is shaping up a strong foundation for a stronger future.
The conference is happening in this beautiful venue of Savitribai Phule Pune University. We are indeed honored to have none other than Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor Suresh Gosavi, who will share his views on the same. Thank you.
Good morning, Namaskar. The dignitaries sitting on the dais, various delegates came from over the country. On behalf of Savitribai Phule Pune University, I welcome you all on this beautiful campus and cultural city of Pune. Pune is known as an education hub, Auto Hub and the IT Hub. On behalf of my Management Council, Academic Council, and the other officers from my department and on behalf of students, I welcome you all on this campus. I would start my address by the quote of President Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. He has stated that learning gives capacity, capacity leads to thinking, thinking provides knowledge, and knowledge makes you great. And Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam has become an immortal soul who preached that knowledge is the ultimate wealth. He has visualized the education system that supports learning, creativity, and enhancement of thinking. The National Education Policy 2020 upholds this idea and envisions an education system that contributes directly to transforming India. Sustainability into the equitable and vibrant knowledge society by providing high-quality education to all, thereby making India a global knowledge superpower. The purpose of this education system is to develop the human being capable of rational thoughts and action, possessing compassion and empathy, courage and resilience, scientific temper and creative imagination with sound ethical values. The National Education Policy aims at producing engaged, productive, and contributing citizens for building an equitable, inclusive, and plural society as envisaged in our Constitution. Recognizing this urgency, the Ministry of Education has launched this FLN mission nationwide. Now we are witnessing this 2 days deliberation on the campus of Savitribai Phule Pune University. And to take these particular efforts, we have organized this 2-day deliberation on the FLN along with the very nice presentation by various states through the activity which is going on this campus through the exhibition. So in this particular exhibition, we have creating a base for lifelong learning, and the objective of this particular conference is to find a solution to the common challenges impacting our work on fundamental literacy and numeracy. It will be the deliberation and exchange of thought and ideas through the various states, and then what kind of challenges they will be facing in future and how to come up with the solutions such that the higher education system who are now in the process of implementing this NEP 2020 at higher level, they have to really understand what exactly they want at the higher level and what is the need at a lower level where we are talking about. Because unless and until I understand what is my requirement, prerequisite, what they need to really understand in the childhood, so that I can take up the challenges and then I can really thought of a higher education system which will be at par not only the nationwide but worldwide. And keeping this particular thing in mind, we have second day deliberation of the conference where we will be mainly discussing on capacity building, and under this capacity building we are talking about train the teacher or train the trainer who can take up this particular training, go back to their schools, try to make sure that the school children in their particular system can come up with the particular level, and then we need to really fix the level of a student that, they have to reach to that level minimum. Above that, everyone is going to do the excellence. And based on that, we are having this second day deliberation where we are talking about capacity building. With this brief, I would say introduction and speech, I would like to really propose and showcase that, in Jnaneshwar Sabhagruh, we are sitting in this heritage building, we are sitting who we are, what's our capacity, and I would like to take this particular opportunity to showcase our university to the all participants. If you look at the Savitribai Phule Pune University, it is known as Oxford of the East, which is the west of the Pune, which is known as the education hub, auto hub, and IT hub. The university has got an NRF ranking 35 on the national level, where in the university level it's 19. The university has got almost Padma Awardee on campus. This one, red one? Okay. Padma Awardee on campus. Then we have a state-of-art facility created on the campus in order to have an international standard. And then for that one, we have central instrumentation facility. We have science park. I'll be talking about the science park activity, which is well aligned with the activity which we are talking about. Then we have state-of-art e-content laboratory, because in the recent pandemic we have realized that we have to reach to the society, we have to reach to the student, and then for that particular reason we have established e-content development studio, which is the state-of-art, through which we are creating a content to reach to our students, and wherein this can be one more mandate which we can take at the university level, so that we can reach to the society at the lower level. Apart from that, if you look at, okay, we have more than 1,600, almost 1,000 affiliated college. It's not just a campus, but we have 1,000 college, more than 7 lakh students affiliated with us. Then we have research center affiliated with us, and then industry collaboration more than 107. I'm sorry, okay, like my far and lower close one is not matching, so I have to match with the this thing. Okay, so as far as the societal inclusion is concerned, okay, the university is making up full efforts to reach to the society, and one of the initiative is, okay, we tried our best to make a village sustainable, wherein we have established 230 kilowatts solar thermal power plant very close to 50 kilometers from this Pune city, and then can we have a distributed power generation and distribution system, so that the village becomes self-sustained. So this kind of initiative we are reaching to the society. We have the tribal development digital dashboard on campus, okay, through the tribal ministry, and we are controlling, and we are having the one-click solution to the tribal ministry, okay, what is happening in each particular district, okay, who is benefiting, so everything is being controlled on, being observed on the campus. Okay, sorry, next. Okay, so briefly the vision, mission, goal, and the core values of the university. I'll just talk about the goal, okay, and the SPPU wants to be a premier state university in a country. This premier institute in the country, so that it becomes a state university as a role model. Student empowerment is a goal. Then we have enhanced global network, training center nationally, internationally, and collaboration with societal sustainability. On the other hand, the core values which we are keeping ourselves with us is the professionalism, accountability, compassion, justice, equity, honesty, integrity, and transparency. Self-discipline and character building will be taken care, and we are going to really pay more attention on character building, because unless and until we have a citizen which is having a character, okay, we cannot really talk about the development of a country. The core thematic area based on the expertise on campus and the National Institute on campus, where we have a good collaboration. Okay, we are talking about science and technology, sustainable development, where we are talking about agro-based system, we are talking about molecular diagnostics, which is a state-of-art laboratory which we have developed on campus in the recent pandemic. Human health, we are talking about molecular diagnostics, we are talking about biomedical science and technology. We do have a performing arts and liberal arts, okay, which is a blended course which we have started with in association with Melbourne University, which is well aligned. We started that 5 years before, and which is almost following the national education policy which we are talking about. Then the emerging area is cognitive science and complex system, and if you can see that in the cartoon, we are talking about the student-centric system where everything is well aligned with the students. Then, if you look at the milestone, we have an international collaboration with Penn State, we have Monash, Drexel is ongoing, we have IHE Delft, okay, we have already established the international program, which are master's program running from last 5 years on campus, which is in the line of NEP. We are fortunate to have 4 national institutes on campus, CDAC, Pune, then we have NCCS, IUCA, and NCRA. With IUCA, we are already running the master's course. Apart from that, IUCA is in the position to launch 4,000 crore LIGO project, okay, and then we are a part of that LIGO project. So basically, the manpower required for this LIGO project is huge, and from that particular perspective, okay, we are looking at the development of a student. Then we are having a very good footprint as far as the industry is concerned, and then we have KPIT, Zensar, Praj, Thermax, okay, these are the companies which are associated with us. We have a school system on campus, and under the school umbrella, we are running all the departments. And if you look at, okay, like the number of colleges, 880, 7,000 students, and then we have a very good presence as far as the intellectual property is concerned. Okay, we are having a large number of IPs. I'll just keep some of this thing. Okay, so the motto of the university is learner-centric teaching, then student development, capacity, infrastructure, outreach program. And now I'll just talk about the outreach program wherein we are involved. And then I think we have Center for Science Education and Communication. And this is the outreach activity which we are running independently on campus. Basically, we started this in 2014. We have in-house more than 500 kits which we have developed. And they are really, really unique, okay, which is developed by the professor who are working on campus with, let's say, for example, levitation systems, so that the students really understand, okay, how the levitation takes place. They can make their own kits and they can take it home. So this is the unique facility which we have created on campus. I would request the ministry officials to, if they get a chance, okay, I'll be happy to showcase this particular facility on campus. Basically, this particular facility is in association with the National Institute and the NGOs on and around campus. The goals are well known to everyone, but I'll just showcase some of the model which we are having unique on campus, wherein we have horizontal lamellar flow, then 3D printers, so that students can come up with their idea. They can print this particular object. They can take it at home. Okay, so this is how we look at it. Their training on campus. The school children, along with their teachers, they come on campus. Okay, they spend their time, and then whatever the project they do, okay, they take it back home to showcase their parents. Okay, so these are the facilities. The number of students which we have catered so far is more than 2,000. The participation event, okay, let's say solar eclipse, science day, Akash Darshan, more than 5,000, because we have IUCA on campus. We have hands-on training, and under the hands-on training, we are having more than 2,000 students, okay, who are benefited. So mainly what we are doing is exhibition, hands-on training, science camp. Then we have a competition, especially art, science, and other activity. Then the NGOs which are involved is Poonawalla Foundation, ITech, and Sandvik. Okay, so and we are having this Skywatch facility. Just to showcase some of the claims, okay, what exactly we are having, and you can see that, okay, the number of exhibits, themes, okay, in physics we are having 200, biology 200, and maths 100. Basically, the way I look at this particular science park, okay, we need to really focus on maths park, because maths is the area where we need to pay more attention, and with the different models, students should be able to learn this activity. And for example, we should be able to, we are demonstrating to the student that, okay, if the wheel of a vehicle is triangular, how the road is supposed to be. If it is a square, how the road is supposed to be. And based on that, okay, the vehicle which we have developed, okay, they ride that vehicle and they really enjoy that. Okay, not necessarily I need to have a circular wheel. Okay, so these kind of models we have developed ourselves. So just some of the glimpse, okay, where students have participated in the workshop. Apart from that, okay, we also take them to the nature, and then, okay, in the nature, okay, they enjoy. They can have a butterfly. Basically, I think they visited butterfly park, and where they can understand different colors, and then they can understand the nature and how to mimic that nature, okay. Especially these faculty members on campus, okay, they are well involved in the development of nanoscience and nanotechnology. We are trying to mimic all this nature in a laboratory. These are some of the, we have this Swachh workers workshop. I mean, okay, like these workers, okay, they are mainly involved in working and housekeeping, okay. Like in order to get them breathe, and they should be really happy what's exactly happening in the laboratory where they do housekeeping. So we normally cater them 1 or 2 days, okay. We bring them in, okay. We teach them, okay, what exactly the students are coming. Otherwise, okay, they just come, do housekeeping, and they are just gone, okay. So they really enjoy this activity in the laboratory. Some of the, I mean, okay, Science Day celebration is a big function. These are the, we also carry out summer camp for the students. Then we have our own Marathi journal, okay, so Vignan Patrika. So whatever the activity done for the month, okay, we try to distribute it because it's our own private circulation only. So some of the games are designed by ourselves, okay, so then another activity which we are running in collaboration with Hanyang University and LG company, so it's called as Life Green Class, and this is the laboratory on wheel which is donated by LG Electronics, and this particular laboratory on wheel goes to the small villages wherein we showcase them different kind of experiments. They carry out the experiment, okay, they create, I mean, okay, they after that, okay, that experiment, they take it at home, okay. Let's say, for example, they try to make the basically boat which runs on solar. Okay, so all the raw material is given by us, okay, they create that, they take it back home and show it to their parents. Apart from that, we can also show that, okay, like how the fan will run on the solar, okay, so we provide them a small solar cell along with the motor, and then it works with the solar. So these are the different activities which we have been carrying out. So the attraction is magnetic levitation, then LED lamp using optical fiber, okay, these are the activities, okay, which we are showcasing through this LG van. And we are really getting a good response, and in order to give the statistics to you, how many students are benefited, okay, so in year 18-19, okay, we had 7,18,000. So we are really catering large number of students who are in a small school, okay, nearby Pune city in the jurisdiction of Pune University. Then we have this national NSS and Board of Students Development, which is engaged in various activities, which is reaching to the society through this activity. And one of the activity which we have seen yesterday is the Pune Pandharpur Wari. So this is the 19th year of celebration of Pune Pandharpur Wari, wherein our 200 students goes, okay, and they educate the people in Wari, they educate the students in the this thing, okay. With this, I would like to thank you all for your attention, and also thanks the organizer for giving us an opportunity to showcase who we are, what exactly we have been doing in the education at the school level. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
I thank all the dignitaries on the stage for gracing this occasion of the second day of the conference. We will be going for a short tea break of 30 minutes and then resume with our thematic expert panel discussion. Dr. Sandeep Kumar Jain is posted as Joint Secretary at the Central Board of Secondary Education. He has been involved in development of online and face-to-face training programs. He conducts capacity building programs on life skills, happy classrooms, inclusive education, and career guidance. He has headed CBSE Center of Excellence in Guwahati and Delhi. Dr. Jain has been actively involved in the e-content development of capacity building programs. He developed and contributed more than 20 videos in psychology for class 12 for the eVidya channel of NCRT. And prior to joining the board, he taught psychology for 11 years at the Dr. Hari Singh Gaur University Sagar in Madhya Pradesh and Amity University Gurugram. He has also conducted research on various aspects related to counseling, special education, and psychological assessment. His research areas include emotional intelligence of students with intellectual disabilities and use of confrontation in counseling. Our second panelist is Dr. Balasubramaniam, member of the HR, CBC, that is Capacity Building Commission, Government of India. I invite him on the dais. Having embarked on his journey in the development sector by living and working for several years among remote forest-based tribal communities in the southern Indian district of Mysore, Dr. R. Balasubramaniam is a widely respected development activist, leader, trainer, thinker, and writer. After his MBBS, he earned his MPhil in Hospital Administration and Health Systems Management from BITS Pilani. He has a master's in public administration from the Harvard Kennedy School, Harvard University. His living habits were greatly influenced by the teachings of Swami Vivekananda. At the age of 19, he founded the Swami Vivekananda Youth Movement based on the principles of Ahimsa, Satya, Seva, and Tyaga. He has spent more than 3 decades of his life in the service of the rural and tribal poor in the forests of India. He is also the founder and chairman of Grassroots Research and Advocacy Movement, a public policy think tank in India. Dr. Balu embodies a rare blend of grassroots and macro perspectives and policy through his multifaceted experience of more than 3 decades. Our next panelist is Sri Vineet Nayyar from the Sampark Foundation, who is also the ex-CEO of HCL. I invite him on the dais. Sri Vineet Nayyar is the founder chairman of Sampark Foundation and former vice chairman and CEO of HCL Technologies and the author of the highly acclaimed management bestseller, Employees First, Customers Second, Turning Conventional Management Upside Down, published by the Harvard Business Press in June 2010. He co-founded Sampark Foundation with his wife Anupama Nayyar. Over the last decade, they have invested their time and wealth to catalyze large-scale transformation in primary education through frugal innovation. Today, Sampark Foundation is improving learning outcomes among 10 million children studying in 109,110 rural schools across 8 states in India, which are Chhattisgarh, Uttarakhand, Jharkhand, Haryana, and Himachal Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, Rajasthan, and Maharashtra at less than $1 per child per annum. By leveraging design thinking and technology to create innovative products that convert a rural classroom into a smart class, making teaching and learning easy for children up to grade 8 across English, math, and science. And our final panelist is Professor Shashikala Vanzari. She is the Vice Chancellor of NIEPA, which is National Institute of Educational Planning and Administration, New Delhi. She was also the Vice Chancellor of SNDT Women's University, Mumbai. The rank of Honorary Colonel in the National Cadet Corps was conferred on her in July 2018. Prior to this, she headed the Department of Education at RTM Nagpur University, Nagpur, and led Nagpur Nagarik Sahakari Bank Private Limited as ex-vice chairperson. She has 29 years of teaching experience, 16 years of research experience, and 5 years of experience of heading First Women's University of Southeast Asia. She is contributing in the capacity of Honorable Visitors Nominee at the Central University, Punjab, Patinda, and Ranchi. She has also guided 16 students for their PhD in education during her academic career. Due to paucity of time, we couldn't present mementos to our earlier distinguished delegates. We would hold that ceremony first and then move on to our panel expert session. I request Dr. Aditya Abhyankar, Nodal Officer of the Organizing Committee, G20, to present our memento to Srimati Lang Chonghoi Sweetie Changsan, Additional Secretary, Department of School Education, Government of India. I request J.P. Pandey, sir, the Director of Department of Education, to present the memento to Honorable Vice Chancellor, SPPU, Professor Suresh Gosavi. I request Dr. Aditya Abhyankar to please present the memento to Srimati Rashmi Arun, Secretary Education, Madhya Pradesh. Srimati Rashmi Arun. And I request Dr. Ravindra Shangnapurkarji to please honor Ranjit Singh Deo, Secretary Education, Maharashtra. Moving on to the panel expert discussion, we first would like to welcome our panelists. I request Professor Aditya Abhyankar, Nodal Officer, Organizing Committee G20, to welcome Dr. Sandeep Jain, Joint Secretary, Training, CBSE. I request Dr. Deepak Mane to welcome Dr. R. Balasubramaniam, Member HR, CBC. I request Dr. Ravindra Shangnapurkarji to please welcome Sri Vineet Nayyar, Sampark Foundation. And I request Professor Aditya Abhyankar, Nodal Officer, Organizing Committee G20, to welcome Professor Shashikala Vanzari, VC of NIEPA. I invite our moderator, Dr. Sandeep Jain, to set the context for this panel discussion and also share his views. The duration is 20 minutes for all the panelists, and thereby, if we are remaining with some time, we'll have an open discussion. Once again, I invite Dr. Sandeep Jain.
Thank you very much. Namaskar. कसा काय कसा काय एप्पडी इरकेड तमिल अपनी कहनी ऐसी No SMEs in the house? अपनी कहनी ऐसी? हाँ, great. Thank you. आप कैसे हैं? How are you? ये मैंने 2-3 अलग-अलग लैंग्वेज में बोलने की कोशिश की. I was trying to be multilingual. So, respected Dr. Bala Subramaniam, respected Sri Vineet Iyer ji, respected Professor Sashikala ji, respected Secretary Sir Sanjay Kumar ji, Additional Secretary Madam, Joint Secretary Madam, and all the dignitaries. So, we are here for this thematic discussion. This is on capacity building of teachers. It is very relevant because teachers are the change maker. Whatever they teach and whatever they are, their dressing style, their behavior, their smile, and whatnot. Teachers teach not only with their pedagogy, but with their behavior also. So the very relevant theme, it is required to develop capacity of teacher to ensure the FLN goals. Next slide, please. You all are aware that Ministry of Education, Government of India has launched Nipun Bharat Abhiyan for the FLN goals, to achieve FLN goals. Whenever we talk about subject-specific training, I'm not talking about generic training like classroom management and gender sensitivity or inclusive education. I'm talking about very specifically subject-specific training. There are 3 basic domains: content, pedagogy, and assessment. So what content? The traditional one are the goal which are defined in Nipun Bharat Abhiyan, or which competencies, curricular goal and learning outcomes which are defined in National Curriculum Framework foundational stage. Professor Sashikala will talk in detail about the content related aspect. The pedagogy, the basic tool, the vehicle through which content is delivered. It may be, when I was a student, there was one famous pedagogy, that was Danda pedagogy, punishment pedagogy. अभी हम बाहर आ गए हैं उस pedagogy से. Now we are on storytelling, play method. We are talking about experiential learning. So our dignitaries, our eminent speaker will talk about these pedagogies. And the assessment. When you see the National Curriculum Framework for foundational stage, and you should see the aspect of assessment, there are anecdotes, there are checklists, there are analysis of artifacts. All these needs good observation skills. So teacher must be equipped in these areas. So I'm coming to the next slide. These are few considerations while we are planning for teachers training for the FLN. Very first is identification of good trainer. हम सब जानते हैं जैसा बीज होता है वैसा ही फल होता है. So identification of trainer is a crucial task, and our eminent speaker will enlighten us how to select good trainers and the training of these trainers to acquainted with the FLN goals. The next thing is we need to develop capacity of teachers for the development of TLM, and that TLM must be contextual. It should be a low cost. It should be based on local traditions. So these, capacity development in this area is required. And the most important is conducive learning environment, the safe environment, enriching environment, environment with good resources, environment where I can ask my question freely. So, ऐसा environment कैसे बनेगा? आज के सेशन में हम लोग बात करेंगे. In the holistic development, Professor Sashikala will discuss about Panchkosh on which is discussed in our NCFS, and the dealing with digital divide. You know, the theme is teacher training through blended mode. And let me share one experience from my Guwahati posting. There was one school at Arunachal. I was getting delayed response from principal regarding training program. And I was trying to call him, but there was no contact. One day, one lucky day, I got a call from that principal, and he said me, "Sir, 29 किलोमीटर मुझे जाना होता है इंटरनेट एक्सेस करने के लिए." Can you imagine? It was 2028. Sorry, 2018. 5 साल पुरानी बात है, सिर्फ 5 साल पुरानी बात. 29 किलोमीटर टू एक्सेस द इंटरनेट. हम कैसे ब्लेंडिंग करेंगे, कैसे हम उस डिजिटल डिवाइड को की खाई को पाटेंगे, हम बात करेंगे. और एक और इंपॉर्टेंट कंसिडरेशन है, दैट इज इंडिविजुअल डिफरेंसेस. In this August house, each one is different. Each one is different. We are unique being. And how? We are unique with our genetic material as well as psychological makeup. My intelligence, my personality, my aptitude, my culture, my language, and my disability. So focus should be, and our teachers are also different teachers. They have diversity. So our training program should be like this, that they can cater the diverse teachers' need. And similarly, we need to equip our teacher to cater the diverse needs of students. You all must be aware about this curve, normal probability curve. Intelligence and all the attributes like your height, your color, your weight, all are normally distributed in the nature. There are few students who have lesser IQ. There are few students who have very good IQ, high IQ. But the average population is with middle. In psychology, we consider 100 as mean for intelligence. So diversity है, diversity के हिसाब से we need to cater our training programs. ये और एक interesting सा graph है, and this is for my own understanding. When I see the survey report, I see an image come to my mind. Sorry, the graph is totally skewed. सारा कुछ population 0 के आसपास है, हम कहीं कुछ नहीं हैं, बिल्कुल कुछ भी learning outcome achieve ही नहीं हो पा रहे. And when I attend any training program, इमेज ये जाता है, एक्सपेक्टेशन ये जाता है, हम सारा बदल देंगे, बिल्कुल एकदम हायर साइड लेके चले जाएंगे. दिस इज माय अंडरस्टैंडिंग. शायद आपके मन में भी जब कभी कोई सर्वे रिपोर्ट, जब कभी आप न्यूज़पेपर पढ़ते होंगे तो आपके मन में भी यही आता होगा कि ये है, फिर कुछ हम लोग कर रहे हैं तो ये कर देंगे, बदल देंगे. बदलेंगे, कितना बदल पाएंगे देखते हैं. I think this is the rational approach. Entire normal distribution should be placed to forward. वो जो पीछे हैं, वो जिनको पास ऑटिज्म स्पेक्ट्रम डिसऑर्डर है, द स्टूडेंट विथ लर्निंग डिसेबिलिटी, द स्टूडेंट विथ बैकवर्ड क्लास, स्टूडेंट विथ अदर डिसएडवांटेज ग्रुप, उन सबको भी आगे लेके जाएंगे एंड द गिफ्टेड उनको और आगे लेके जाएंगे. दिस शुड बी द अप्रोच. Now I'm coming to the final slide, that is for blended mode of learning. We have these options. In CBSE training unit, I have learned, I have experienced with these options. Face-to-face program, offline program, online synchronous, meeting mode. When teacher is also there and trainee is available, trainee can join from anywhere. However, any time facility is not possible. He can join from Nagaland, he can join from Karnataka, but trainer is from Delhi or Chennai or any place. So synchronous meeting, time is fixed, place is variable. There is online asynchronous, anywhere, anytime. Recorded videos are there, PDF text is there, exercises are there, and I can learn whenever, wherever I want to learn. And there is live streaming, in which there is limited option of interaction. Ministry of Education has planned to launch 200 TV channel to reach the remotest area. जहाँ कहीं भी टीवी का सिग्नल है वहाँ हम एजुकेशन से पहुँच सकते हैं. तो एक ये नया ऑप्शन हमारे साथ हमारे बुके में ऐड होने वाला है. एंड मेंटरिंग. नाउ चॉइस इज योर्स. आवर एमिनेंट स्पीकर विल गाइड अस. कैसे ब्लेंडिंग करें, कौन कौन से ऑप्शंस का ब्लेंडिंग करें. सो ये हम ब्लेंडेड मोड में जाएंगे. मैं एक लास्ट एक्सपीरियंस शेयर करके अपनी बात खत्म करूंगा. In 2022, we conducted one survey and 30,000 teachers participated in that survey. That was training need analysis. And we got one response. We gave them option, what should be your best choice, what should be your best preference for the training. And I got maximum teacher, more than 70% were telling we need online asynchronous. हम जब चाहें तब वो कोर्स कर लें. रात के 12 बजे 1 बजे जब चाहें हम वो कोर्स कर लें. ऑनलाइन asynchronous MOOCs. What is new? ये तो आप जानते ही होंगे. But let me tell you one thing. जब से कोविड आया, जब से जितने भी मूक्स लॉन्च हुए, उनमें पार्टिसिपेशन इन द मूक्स इज लेस एंड द कंप्लीशन इज लेस देन 50%. सो ये बात कह के मैं खत्म करना चाहूंगा कि हमारी चाहतें ये होती हैं कि हम कभी भी कर लें, लेकिन कर नहीं पाते हैं. तो कैसे कर पाएंगे वो आज हम एमिनेंट स्पीकर्स से जानेंगे, सीखेंगे, समझेंगे. थैंक यू वेरी मच एंड मल्टीलिंगुअल थैंक यू. नाउ आई रिक्वेस्ट डॉक्टर वाला सुब्रमण्यम to please give his speech. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Secretary of School Education, Sanjay ji, all his colleagues, all distinguished panelists, secretaries of different schools, ministries from different states. After listening to Dr. Sandeep, He was brilliant. He told us all the problems and then looked at us and said, the panelists will solve it. So I'm going to learn a lot from you. It's actually very heartening to know that capacity building is getting its much needed focus. It's not that school education needed it. From the times of Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan to Samagra Shiksha Abhiyan, I realized my own little experience in India's villages. Every time you go to a school and you find people missing, you ask them where they are, they'll tell you they're gone for a training program. And that is to be possibly the most heard excuse for a teacher not being in school. So a lot of trainings happened. But I used to always get this question, did capacity get built? And if so, for what? So having the unenviable responsibility of looking at capacity building nationally, where our responsibility is just 20 million civil servants, and how do we build their capacities? I just thought, let me start off with my journey of even discomfort. I'm known to be an activist all my life. So I'm going to possibly be a little provocative now too, and communicate my discomfort to this word foundational itself. How do you even define what is foundational? And I have been troubled by that. So I go back to 40 years ago nearly when I started a tribal school because I thought tribals needed education. I was the pretensive Albert Schweitzer who thought I know what problems India has got and so I can solve it. So set up a hospital, set up a school and decided that they'll be taught in a classroom. And obviously government of India supported us, so we put up a hostel, we had children and I had no idea of education. Sometimes it's a blessing, but many times it's a curse. And I remember this young Jenukurba child, which we typically brand in our government language as primitive and vulnerable tribal group, was missing in school one day. He was a 5-year-old child, 5 or 6 years old at that time, and not there. And living in the Bandipur National Park, if a child is missing, then you automatically imagine he's either become breakfast or a lunch for a tiger or a leopard. And you start worrying because as much as government celebrates what you do in difficult areas, the first time a mishap or an accident happens, they'll come on you like a ton of bricks. And that's the reality of working with the state. So we were all worried, nervous, and I was sweating and looking for the child. The child was missing. 3-4 hours of searching, and teachers went through the forest, went to the tribal child's colony, and those days no cell phones, nothing, they have to come back. And the child was not there. And suddenly the principal, she came running to me and said, "Sir, we found him." Everybody was relieved and asked, "Where was he?" And she said, "We had in the school, we had a kitchen and we had a steam generator for everything was getting cooked on steam. So this child was sleeping beside the steam generator, peacefully asleep. And all of us rushed to see the child, and I woke him up. And poor child, he was woken from his sleep. And the teacher would have possibly, if we hadn't been strict, they would have given it quite a few lessons in life. And I asked the child, "What are you doing here?" And that 6-year-old boy innocently looked at me and said, "Can't you see I was sleeping?" And we don't take it seriously because it's a 6-year-old child and you're angry. And then I said, "But why are you sleeping here? And you were not there during lunch." And they used to take attendance. That's why we knew during lunch, during classes, because it's a forest and we have to be careful. I said, "You were not there during lunch." And so we were all disturbed. And he said, "Are you so interested in knowing whether I was not there during lunch or that fact that I have already had lunch?" Look at the way we all think. If he's not there during school lunch time, he's not had lunch. That's the immediate rationalization we do. And the child's question was a little fascinating to me. And he asked me, "Is it more important to ask, did I have lunch? Or why weren't you there during the lunch hour in the lunch dining room?" And I said, "Okay, did you have lunch?" He said, "Yes, I had the fine It might be very disruptive to say this. How do you create ecosystems of learning? So I'm very, very uncomfortable with the word training itself. I keep telling this at every level. I believe training is for circus animals. For humans, we have to build capacity. And capacity building is very, 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 very difficult. Because unless you want to learn something, you are not going to. Whether you're a child or an adult, earlier we separated out and said pedagogy and andragogy and all that. I've been spending the last decade trying to discover what sparks off the learning journey in each of us. What does it spark off in a child? And today, with the kind of technological advancements that we're all going through, with ChatGPT possibly replacing most of us, no longer is a teacher even relevant in standing in front of a classroom because we got our affirmation and power by being that one who gave Gyan to the rest. Today, we get Gyan from several and we give it to several. The world has changed so rapidly that no longer can we talk of VR and all that stuff. It's gone far ahead of that. I just got an email. I teach at Cornell, and last week I got an email saying that if you're teaching this semester, we find that from your HR records, this particular course has not been completed by you. And I thought, every year I do all this, every year we have to do it, and I thought I've done everything this required. And then I looked at it, small little course, which simply said, using generative AI in your classroom. I said, what the hell, I teach leadership. Why would I want generative AI in a classroom? And then I wrote an email to the Center for Learning Resources. They told me, they replied back, we don't know how it will help you, but we do know that Turnitin can no longer pick up plagiarism if your students write essays from ChatGPT. Even as simple as that, and we can't even imagine the way education is altered. And today, we are still, even digital literacy is historic. It's in the past. So I believe capacity building essentially has to start off with asking yourself, capacity building for what? At the Commission, we are hoping that these questions will be asked by every state government, for every department, including for teachers. And teachers being what they are, it's the hugest investment we can make. Describing the role of a learning facilitator is defining what work is going to be for them. Today, the work is no longer transacting information. Today, the work is about creating learning ecosystems where co-generative knowledge creation is going to be the norm. Whether you generate it from ChatGPT or from children in your own classroom or for communities, it's our call. But then we have to do. And how do you do that? So redefining the work of a teacher, I think, is the first step towards capacity building itself. How will that look today? How will it look 3 years from today? How will it going to look 5 years from today? And the second necessity for capacity building, in my view, is redefining the workplace. You know, millions of children in the United States, if my numbers are still right, I might be a little dated in that, or 6 million was the last number I knew, are doing homeschooling. Now, schools are no longer centers of information sharing. Schools are just social activity centers where we just learn to work with each other, learn to work as people with each other. The rest of information can be bought somewhere else. And with that being the reality where brick and mortar institutions are no longer going to be the workplace for learning, I think we have to also define that. So before we actually crack the code in all these things, jumping into a training program, I think would again be reinventing the wheel all over again and again and again, making the same mistakes. Because we are no longer privileged to be in the same guru that we think we were 5 years ago. It's changing every day. And only after you understood the work in the workplace, start asking yourself, how is the work person going to look like? Why should you be an exclusive person called the teacher? Should it just be one person? Should it be a community of people? All those questions have to be answered. And I think, to me, the NEP is possibly the most powerful opportunity that's presented to us. So much has gone into it. So much of thinking has gone into it. So many spaces have been created for all of us to explore. And I believe, I look at the Sarthak document to help me in my job that I do, because there's so many ideas there. And a lot of experts have actually thought about all these questions I'm raising to make education that much more wholesome, that much more meaningful, and that much more applicable. Finally, the mantra that I use to help me every day when we design or approve learning programs for different places is asking ourselves, can the people in this room even relate to what we are talking? Is it even relevant to them? You can't talk of statistics to somebody who's talking about political science. in a space in which he can't relate or he thinks it's not relevant, but it's so relevant. But if he doesn't see the relevance, he's not going to learn. And the reality for children, not just for adults today, is whatever I learn today, I need to apply it immediately. If I don't know how to apply knowledge, I pretty much haven't learned anything. We might actually transact information, but unless information, the transacted information is taught to me how to apply it in everyday life, I think we are going to miss the point. So capacity building cannot, for a teacher, cannot be a 4-year program, shifting a program from 2 years to 4 years, saying a BA, B.Ed will help them all. I think we have to go beyond that. You may not even, and NEP provides for that. You don't need to have those formal qualifications alone. You can also have, like we have community of practice, we have professors of practice, we have so many ways of doing it. So I think I want to conclude saying there are various theories we can speak about. Finally, what you can't build capacity for, that's something I've learned. Either you have it or you don't. Is the innate intent to make a difference. If you're not passionate, if you're not really wanting to be that person who can be remembered forever, that change maker who's willing to invest his life for shaping the destiny of this nation and this world's future, I think the motivation to be part of this learning ecosystem is not going to be there. And so the selection criteria is something you can't negotiate. That's something I know. Today, we get what UPSC gives us. And that's a reality. And so we have to work with realities. If I had a choice, I would have said these would be the selection criteria. We actually have more barriers for selection than facilitators for selection. It's very difficult to renegotiate it. I know most places we can't. But NEP has opened it up a bit. We can build on that. The second, and that's something which is going to be the second M, I like to say, is what is the means we have given to our teachers? No, we only think a textbook is a means. We just think curriculum is a means. And we can see the national, I can't even call it a debate, the national noise around should my name be there, should my name not be there. We all spend so much time on irrelevant things that we forget the child for whom I wanted to put something meaningful. So what are the opportunity, what are the means we are giving? And finally, what are the opportunity we have created for that learning facilitator to thrive, to get that affirmation in society? As long as we don't celebrate a capacity builder, we're never going to make a difference. Now, last week, just a week ago, we tried to put all the capacity building institutions of India together. It was a Sunday like this. And we had the Honorable PM come there. And he shared his PN. And he said, we're talking of capacity building. And technically, we at the commission, and you'll be shocked to even know how many capacity building institutions as a nation we have. The government of India alone oversees 1,100 institutions across the country. I was equally shocked. When I took charge, they told me 25. Labasna to Police Academy, I thought it's easy. And then every day we kept discovering a new institution. And the Honorable PM said that day, till the day we see these capacity builders, the trainers, I don't like that word, but for want of a better word, see it as a punishment posting. See it as, you know what, I'm sure, and I'm sure Sanjay will resonate with this. Anybody gets posted to one of these training institutions, all his batchmates will call him and say, Kya ho gaya? Gadbad ho gaya kya? Chief Minister ke saath jagda ho gaya kya? And all of us we believe it's a punishment. But I think we have lessons to learn of capacity building from India's military and defense services. They are fine-tuned. We are sitting in a city in Pune. Some of our finest defense establishments are there. And you should just interact with them. And you should understand they have actually made it so real time that we have learned a lot of lessons. And they've been doing this for 75 years. And in conclusion, if you don't teach our teachers that they are not teachers, but they are equally important learners, if you don't help them to understand that the child sitting in your classroom is as much a learner as a teacher, if you can't help him to understand transaction means converting information to an applicable product in a way in which my child can apply it tomorrow, if you cannot help the teacher understand infrastructure is not just buildings and classrooms and toilets, but something much more. It's a very nuanced understanding of learning infrastructure. And finally, assessment. Today, let's all be honest and candid. I know I'm on record. Assessment is a joke. I'm not talking about assessing a child, assessing a capacity builder. I have looked at data. of several institutions of in this country for the last 75 years. The moment a training program is completed, you ask people for the feedback forms that they have used, and it will say, "Kana kaise tha? Aaj ka lightning tik tarah tha kya?" They say smart classroom, and they show a LCD projector and a TV screen, and they say smart. The smartness is here, not in the projectors. And we think, just did the speaker speak something relevant? Yes, no, tick, 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 tick. That is not assessment. Today we have highly refined assessment models that at the Capacity Building Commission we have rolled out. We have rolled out learning design manuals. How do you actually design a digital product? We have rolled out quality metrics for wherever you're doing professional education. Please refer to them. We have got professional education standards for adults. When you're actually doing capacity building for teachers, try to see if your model fits into that framework. And we even rolled out impact assessments depending on the money you spend. And I think teacher education is an expensive investment not to measure. What you should do is also look at the immediate response. All those things are important. Was ambience good? Was the food good? But what is the delta of cognitive gain that you've achieved by the teachers going through the 3-day, 4-day, 5-day process? What is the behavioral change in the teacher? Is he really moving from what the Prime Minister calls from a Karmachari Bhav, teaching for a salary, to Karma Yogi Bhav, thinking that his role is to shape the destiny of this country? And finally, a year later, go back and measure whether that training program has actually changed the learning abilities of the child that the teacher is engaged with. Unless we complete this cycle of assessment is incomplete. And I know that these are expensive. But if we are not willing to spend on something, not doing this is going to be more expensive. And if you're unwilling to spend on these things, I think we'll have a lot of conferences like this. We'll keep debating it forever. We'll have the next Sarthak edition of document come out. But true meaning will come when we sitting together pledge that we already have something useful with us. We have an operational plan. We have a document that tells us what to do. It doesn't matter what political color we have. We are all citizens of this country. And together, if we all make up our minds that we are not only going to build the capacity of everybody in this ecosystem, every single stakeholder, and if we believe in that, remember, a lot of education comes from parents, a lot of education comes from communities. I learned a lot, and I want to quickly conclude. I know I was told 20 minutes, I have still 2 more minutes. I'll quickly conclude my capacity that was built, because if we all try to build competence, and what we don't understand is real capacity is teaching me how to operate from zones of incompetence. That is real capacity building. And this is what a young child, a tribal child, Manju, taught me when he was 7 years old. The school that I was running was a little thatched hut where I had just 28 kids. I just brought them together because it was not to run a school. It was just to feed them in the afternoon. And malnutrition was pretty high when I went in 40 years ago. And this child, Manju, was a brilliant young boy. And one day, and it was real challenging those days, I would actually walk in the cities of Mysore, literally begging to collect food grain, to take back to the forest and to make food out of it and give it to my children. And this little child, we would make ragi balls. Today millet is a fashion food, but millet is a staple food of my tribals. And make ragi balls. Children would cook it themselves. We couldn't afford a cook. There was no midday meal program those days. They would make ragi balls and then distribute it to children. 28 children, it was Manju's turn to make the ragi balls. And I was watching him. He made 29 balls. He made 28 balls when I thought he had to make 29 because he had brought his little sister Sunanda to school, a 3-year-old to school with him. So I thought he's got an extra mouth to feed. He must give that child ragi ball too. But he made only 28. And then I couldn't hold on. He made that sister sit at his plate. We only had 28 plates also anyway. And then he broke his ball into half, fed her half and he ate the half. So I was curious. After lunch, I called Manju and said, why did you make 29 ragi balls? After all, it would have been taking a little out of everybody else. Why did you break your ball into 2? And this 8-year-old Manju taught me that more than foundation literacy, more than foundation numeracy, foundational values is much, much more long-lasting. The answer he gave me was, I brought my sister because my parents have gone to the Shandy. There's nobody to look after. So it's my responsibility to take care of my sister. And I don't think I can take anything else that doesn't belong to me and give it to her. So I had to break what I was rightfully entitled to, and that's why I broke mine. Today, if you look around the room, look around the world, look around the country, we take everything that belongs to everybody else, in whatever you call it, and then we talk of sustainable development. In reality, that child, that is real foundational for all our existence. And the day we decide that community and community wisdom is part of the pedagogy narrative, that will be the day when we'll truly make a huge impact. And that will be the day when Sarthak attains real Sarthak. Thank you all so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Balasubramaniam ji. You started from ChatGPT and you covered about Karma Yogi and ground reality of assessment practices. Thank you very much. Now I invite Shri Vineet Nair ji. Thank you.
Sanjay, Secretary Education ji, Secretaries Education of various states, SPDs, educationists from center and state governments, esteemed colleagues at the dais, a very good afternoon. I am the youngest, I think, amongst all of you with the experience of only a decade plus in education. And therefore, it is an honor to learn from you and understand what will it take for us to transform education. I come from strategy, I come from innovation, and I come from design thinking background. And therefore, I decided that I'm going to focus on strategy, I'm going to focus on education, focus on innovation, and try and answer the question, why has teacher training or capacity building not transformed our learning outcome for the last 7 decades? And if we keep doing what we have done for the last 7 decades, harder, faster, will that really transform our learning outcomes? Because that is the end objective. And what strategy and what innovation is needed for us to have a chance to transform learning for a child? Let me start with the story of a child who had only one arm, and he had an aspiration of learning judo. He went from one teacher to another teacher to third teacher and said, "Can you teach me judo?" And every teacher said, "No, one-arm boys cannot learn judo." Finally, he met one teacher who says, "Come, I will teach you." So that teacher worked with that student for about 6 months. And the student entered a competition, won the first round, the second round, the semifinals, and finally held the trophy in his right arm, which was the only arm he had. And everybody was very interested to know what happened. What did the teachers see in the child which the other teachers did not see? And how did that teacher teach something to this child for a one-arm boy to win the competition? And when they ran up to the coach and they asked that, and he said something very interesting, which is very relevant for us today, you saw what he did not have. You saw the constraints. And you base your assumption that it can't happen because you saw the constraints. I saw an opportunity. In judo, there is one aggressive move. The counter to that move is catch hold of a left arm and turn that boy around. Since my boy did not have a left arm, that aggressive move was an opportunity. I saw an opportunity, you saw a constraint. And that is what strategy is. That is what innovation is. That is what design thinking is. If you go back to the corporate world and look at what did Steve Jobs do differently to the others? How did he transform, change the form of Apple? At that particular time, Intel was talking about faster, cheaper, better chips. And he said, actually, customers do not need faster, cheaper, better. They need a new experience. So he created a new axis of change. And he created touchscreen. And because of touchscreen, Apple is where it is. So he innovated on a completely different axis. He didn't try and do better than HP or better than Apple. He actually innovated on a completely different scale. If you take the Japanese car makers, they were fighting headlong with the American car makers. They did not manufacture cars with 5 wheels to become bigger than the American car makers. They found a new axis called the cultural axis. That is why you see just-in-time inventory, Kaizen methodology. All those new ideas came from the Japanese. And using the culture axis, and not what car they produce, but how they produce that car, they transformed their automobile industry into a world beater, which it still is. So the question for us to ask when we look at teacher training is not what we do, but how can we strategically think differently about teacher training or capacity building? How can we innovate to try and come up with different outcomes compared to the outcomes we have been seeing? And that is something which I'm going to try and spend a little time on. In design thinking, which is the cornerstone of most innovation, one of the critical aspects is, number one, you take the constraints as non-negotiable constraints. It is true that we are resource-starved. It is true that we have teachers who are not fully trained. There are many constraints in our system. But what are those 3 questions we can ask which can lead us to a different answer compared to the answers we have been coming up? And that is what design thinking is. So we came up with 3 design thinking questions which led us to a different answer. The first question obviously is, where does learning happen? Now the reason it is very important is when we look at our budgets, when we look at our efforts, when we look at our expenditure, how much expenditure is answering to this question in terms of where exactly does the learning happen? And obviously the learning happens into the classroom. And if we take our budgets, and if I take our efforts and saying how much is going inside the classroom, and how much is going outside the classroom to manage the classroom, you potentially could lead to a different argument compared to our current argument. So the first is the learning happens in the classroom. It doesn't happen anywhere else, it happens in the classroom. The second is, who impacts learning in a classroom? Now this is a very critical question because I have traveled into remote rural schools, visited at least 1,500 to 1,700 schools. It is always the teacher who's making the classroom develop the learning outcome or not develop the learning outcome. So the teacher is the fulcrum, and Dr. Balasubramanian said the same thing. Teacher is the fulcrum around which everything is rotating. So if teacher in the classroom is where the learning is going to happen, then the question is, how can we help the teacher? Not how can we train the teacher? How can we help the teacher? Now, before we enable the teacher through training, capacity building, or whatever it is, we need to first enthuse the teacher. We need to encourage the teacher. Without a motivated teacher, there is no point of giving teacher a vision, a document, a pedagogy, a workbook, some TLMs. It doesn't work. So how do we bring pride in being a teacher? How do we bring recognition of the fact that you're doing a fantastic work being in this country? Why does a soldier feel so proud? And why does the teacher not that feel proud? What are we doing differently in our culture in an army? And why is teacher not a bigger army than the army? Why is what the teacher doing is not a humongous contribution to nation building? And why doesn't she feel the pride of being a teacher? We have to answer that question. We have to find ways of enthusing and encouraging the teacher before we enable the teacher, and that is very critical. And what our role as educators who are not inside the classroom is to focus on innovation, to focus on strategies which will enthuse, encourage, and then enable the teacher. Now, what is very important is to understand who our teacher is, and I'm talking about government teachers. This is not an ordinary teacher. This is a teacher who is dealing with multi-grade classrooms. No private school teacher is teaching with multi-grade classrooms. She's working with disinterested parents. If they're very interested in the child, they try very hard to send the child to a private English medium school. So most of these children parents are struggling with meeting their two ends, and therefore their interest in child aspirations are high, but their contribution in making the child learn is far lesser than the urban private school parents. Non-teaching work is very large, and that is the bane of a lot of problems in our education system. Inadequate teaching infrastructure, we all know that, and lack of teaching process training, and I'm going to talk about that. So when we look at the problems which surround the teacher, they are different to other teachers. So we cannot say private school teacher and government school teacher, they are not the same. So we need to understand who this teacher is, and when we come up with our innovation and strategies, we need to come up with this class of teachers, which is different. Then we come to the NEP 2020. Fortunately for us, NEP 2020 is on a mission mode, a fantastic document. For the first time, it has brought all energies of the government, private sectors, common citizens, parents, and everybody into the fact that we need to do something about education. It is a call to action. It is like going to war. So it's a war cry, and therefore it is a fantastic initiative. So it has a very clear vision of Nipun Bharat, it has very clear goals, and it has very clear pathways. However, how do we implement it in states? Where the constraints continue to be what they are, where the environment continues to be what it is. So the aspiration is good, the pathways are good, the implementation is where we potentially could fail. So how do we not fail? And what kind of strategies and innovation do we need to bring to make that happen? As I told you, private schools are not where we need to learn from. We need to look at different areas. So where should we search for innovation? Given the fact that, before I go there, what we need is frugality in our ideas. We cannot put smart boards of 1 lakh, 1,20,000 in every school. It is impossible because the number of schools we have is very large, and therefore every single idea has to be frugal. Every single idea has to be innovative. It cannot be incremental. It has to change the form of something permanently. If it is not innovative, it is not worth wasting the effort and the money behind it. We need to drive large-scale change, not small-scale change, large-scale change, state-wise change. What are 1 or 2 initiatives which will drive large-scale change? And those outcomes, learning outcomes, so that the Nipun Bharat vision becomes reality. So that's the critical design question which we engaged with. Let me try and explain to you what exactly happened in IT industry and see if there are lessons from the IT industry. The year was 2000 when Y2K just came in. Till that time, Indian IT industry was a small industry. Most of the companies were between $50 million to $100 million, small companies. Suddenly the Y2K opportunity came in, and the number of engineers which the world needed was 10 times more than what the Indian IT industry had. And Indian IT industry was a very small industry at that particular time. So the design thinking question at that particular time is, where do we find these people? Now, in our engineering colleges, that time we did not have computer science. We had electronics, and we have, electrical, but we did not have any other branches. But the number of engineers in other branches were very, very large. So when the IT industry sat down, and I must give credit to a thinker which some of you would have heard about, is C.K. Prahalad, who I would give credit for globalization initiative in this country as a management thinker. He came in and he got all of us together and saying, what do we need to change to produce number of engineers to be 100 times than what they are today? And that is the time we went back to the drawing board and saying, what needs to change for every single person to be able to code? Now, if you look at when we moved from typewriter to PC, every single person who was dependent on a typist was becoming a typist himself. So therefore, there was an opportunity for us to change something, transform something, so that we can have a lot of people becoming coders. And the way we thought about that is, if you look at the process of IT development, coding development or software development, it is a process. So if we can break the process and train a child or train a student into the process of software development and not the software development itself. So don't give him the skill, train him on the process, and then give him the resources, easily accessible resources. So therefore, when I'm testing, I go and find the resources for testing, bring that software down, test. When I'm doing code development, I go and look at code development. When I'm doing functional testing, I go and look at functional testing. So give him the tools which are easily available so that he applies the process which we have trained him on, analyze that, and then use automated tools to measure the learning he has achieved and track the usage. Now, this is the process which finally turned into a standard called CMM Level 5. Now, because of this process, today we are hiring students who are 10th class pass in IT industry and deploying them into our projects within 3 months of joining IT industry. Last year itself, there were 1 lakh children from 10th, 11th, and 12th pass who were doing code development within 3 years, because this is the CML level process which is adopted right across for all IT industries, and you can get certified on that. So my thinking was that in case IT industry could do that, is that possible in education? And that is the journey which we said, is it possible for us to have a vision to reskill 1 crore children on identical lines as the IT industry did? Now, so the design thinking and innovation workshops which we did, and this I have to give credit at Harvard Business School to Linda Hill, who's the professor at innovation, to participate extensively in making that happen, and the IDEO, the person who actually created MacBook Air, Tim Brown. So some of those guys came together with us and said, what can we change to try and see if we can have different outcomes compared to the outcomes a decade, 7 decades later. So first we said, can we train the teacher on the process and not on the skill, which is what we call Sahi Kram Sahi Dhang. So if you want to teach decimal, you have to teach kuch hai, kuch nahi hai. That's a process. So can we teach the teacher a process? What is the Sahi Kram Sahi Dhang? And why should you teach everything in a Sahi Kram Sahi Dhang? In software industry, it was called first time right. So what is that process? And can we codify that process? And can we train our teachers on process and change their habit on process? Number one. Can we structure our resources on that process and make it easily available, starting with lesson plans? The lesson plan equivalent of software industry is where the entire transformation happens, starting with lesson plans, then teaching videos, TLMs, and all those innovations which we are seeing in the stalls today. And then measure the teacher learning and the usage in the classroom. And I will talk about innovation and usage in the classroom. So if we were able to do these 3 things, then I believe that our outcomes will be different than what they were in the past. Now, before I go forward, I want to make sure that all of you understand that whatever I'm going to say, the intellectual property belongs to these 8 pioneers. Chhattisgarh, Haryana, Himachal, Jharkhand, Maharashtra, Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh, and Uttarakhand. It is teachers from these places, it is educators, it is secondary educations, SPDs, all have come together to experiment and work with us on some of the ideas, change them, adopt them, and create a meaningful architecture for others to follow. So I do want to compliment all these 8 pioneers, and it is not Sampark Foundation which has created it, but actually these 8 people who are the authors of what I'm going to present to you. So therefore, the first is Sahi Kram Sahi Dhang. We all know, and NEP 2020 documents these best pedagogical practices. Can we focus on training on Sahi Kram Sahi Dhang, which is what we do. We train 5 lakh teachers every year, and we train them on how to use the right pedagogical processes and try and change their habits. And the focus is to convince the teacher that it reduces your effort. So at the end of every training, we ask the teacher, has it reduced your effort of training a particular concept? And if the answer is no, our training is a failure. So focus on training Sahi Kram, Sahi Dhang, whatever it means. If it is English, it means why it is important to spend listening and speaking before you go into reading and writing, why it is important to spend with, time with TLMs before you go to concrete, before you go to the abstract form. What is the Sahi Kram or Sahi Dhang of teaching everything? And in that 2-3 days which you get, if you can teach her how, then that becomes easy. The second is provide resources, which I was talking about. And we have co-created these resources with these 8 states. So we have created lesson plans which are mapped to SCRT textbook for all these states, lesson videos which are mapped to the SCRT textbook, math and English kits and science kits, classroom activities, worksheets, gamified assessments. You talked about assessments, and I'll talk about the innovation which is path-breaking there, and teacher resource book where all this is available. So resources which were easily available on a press of a button for the teacher. So we did not train the teacher on resources, we trained the teacher on how to access those resources and made those resources available. So some of the innovations you are going to see in the stalls were already there. There is an English kit which uses an audio box to create an immersive learning experience. There is a math kit, there are puzzles, there are all kinds of board games to be able to engage the teacher. But the real path break happened about a year and a half ago, where we came up with this Android device where we could convert a classroom into a smart class. Now, the concept of smart class is the fact that if the teacher has all the resources from lesson plans to videos to assessment worksheets to gamified assessments to stories to rhymes to songs to dance to all that in a classroom, and she will follow a structured process, the classroom transactions will be transformed. And we started this with Haryana, Uttarakhand, Rajasthan, UP, all the states now, and it has a fantastic achievement. And I remember I talked about frugality. We were very clear, this costs less than $100 per school. Similarly, the assessment question which was talked before is an absolutely right question. And the fact is, can we gamify assessment? So we have converted assessment into Kaun Banega Crorepati, and that assessment is run again and again by the children and the teachers in a gamification form. So when the teacher teaches division and then the teacher asks a question and then saying, this half of the class has one answer, this half of the class another answer, why is your answer this, why is your answer this? So the learning continues, the answer doesn't matter, and the amount of enthusiasm you would see in the children in gamification of the assessment is tremendous. And therefore, that whole scarcity that there is an assessment, that is completely gone. And this again is available on television. The last is the measure and learning changing habits. One of the things which I thought we were missing, and we incorporated that, is after every training, we send an SMS for feedback. And the teachers are so involved that we are getting about 46 to 47% response rate on how do they train, how do they rate our training on that concept of the fact, does it reduce your workload and increase your workload? And we are getting about 4.6 out of 7 on that. The big idea here is we do not know what is happening in the classroom. For the first time, we have a technology where on a daily basis we can see what exactly is happening in the classroom, and we're developing a dashboard in all these 8 states where we will know what exactly is happening in the classroom, where the lessons are getting completed, where the resources are being used, where the resources are not going to use. For the first time, it is not a dark tunnel for us. For the first time, there is a light on what is happening. And once that is happening, we will do a do loop for the teacher, that this is where you are making a mistake and this is where you need to connect. So therefore, instead of only measuring learning outcome, can we redesign the way we collect data, and can we automatically collect data without the teacher having to enter any data? And similarly, the assessment data which is happening in the classroom will also get collected, and therefore we will know that what percentage of the teachers are able to conduct the classes in a periodic fashion. So once again, congratulations to all the states. You will see that the learning outcome improvement in all these states, because of their tremendous hard work, has been very, very large. Last word, Me and my wife, Anupma, we quit everything which we were doing. I was the CEO of HCL and she was a special ed teacher. We quit everything we were doing in 2012 and we committed $100 million to try and see if we can transform education in this country. I don't know whether that is going to happen in our lifetime, but I can promise all of you that we are going to work with all of you to try and make that happen and make that a reality. Thank you so much.
थैंक यू वेरी मच सर। एक सोल्जर से स्टार्ट करके और उसको कंपेयर करना टीचर के साथ, एंड ही रेज्ड वेरी सिग्निफिकेंट क्वेश्चंस एंड he answered with well-planned structure. Thank you very much, Vineet Nair sir. Now I request Professor Sashikala Vanjari ji. Thank you.
Namaskar. Respected fellow panelists, respected Secretary Sir, Shri Sanjay Kumar, all the officials from the ministry and eminent educationists, plus all the delegates. I extend warm greetings to all of you. At the beginning, I would express my gratitude towards Ministry of Education who have assigned me this task, and it is indeed a pleasure to be a part of this discussion. Sandeep ji, मुझे लगता है there is nothing left for me to speak because both the panelists have covered most of the things, but still I have to justify my role. And before that, I would pray, let the universe and the world be enlightened with the spirit of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Namaskar. I wish to take you all back in the beginning of the 20th century. 20वीं शताब्दी की शुरुआत में बहुत सारे रिवॉल्यूशंस हमारे देश में हुए। उसमें से आई वुड लाइक टू कोट वन नेम, भगिनी निवेदिता, एंड हर बुक written on education, hints on national education in India. In that book, she had made a reference that, or I would like to take her reference, if we wish to bring the revolutionary change in the education, there is need to focus on three aspects. The first aspect is the people of the country, people of the Bharat. Second aspect, which is very important, geography of the Bharat, geography of the country. And third, which is very important, very, very important, and that is about the mindset. And she wrote further, if we could succeed in bringing the change of the mindset of the people of the country, then every problem or every challenge will get the solution. My dear friends, after going through all the presentation since morning, I realized that to implement the policy effectively and to see the result by the end of 2030, we have to do collectively and bring the change in the mindset of the people of the India. In the August gathering, or rather I would say that the galaxy of educationists, सभी शिक्षाविद बैठे हैं। काफ़ी सालों से हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं शिक्षा जगत में, और अभी हमें पॉलिसी मिली है जो हमारे लिए एक मैग्ना कार्टा बनने वाली है, और उसमें काफ़ी सारी बहस हो रही है देश में, ये होना चाहिए, वो होना चाहिए, नहीं होना चाहिए, क्या होना चाहिए। हमने नया कुछ भी ढूंढ के लाया नहीं है, सब हमारे यहाँ ही है। और हम देखते हैं कि if we look into the national curriculum framework for foundational stage, you will get the answer of all the questions which you have. See, what is new in the policy? There is nothing new in the policy. हम बहुत बार होता है ना, घर में भी बहुत सारी पुरानी चीज़ें निकलते हैं और देखते हैं और खुश होते हैं कि भाई अरे ये तो हमारे दादाजी का है, ये तो हमारे परदादा का है, ये तो हमारी मौसी जी लिख के गई या मौसी जी रख के गई। ऐसा ही हमारे पॉलिसी में है। पॉलिसी में बहुत सारी चीज़ें ऐसी है कि जिसको हमें एसिमिलेट करना है, The word which I use is very important. Assimilation होना बहुत ज़रूरी है. आज टीचर एजुकेशन या वी आर वेरी मच कंसर्न्ड अबाउट द नेशनल मिशन, राष्ट्रीय मिशन के तौर पर हम लोग फाउंडेशनल लिटरेसी और न्यूमरेसी की बात कर रहे हैं, तो हमें ध्यान में आता है कि व्हाट इज़ अवर स्ट्रेंथ. अभी विनीत जी ने और दूसरे हमारे जो पैनलिस्ट हैं उन्होंने काफ़ी अच्छा प्रेजेंटेशन किया. और बहुत बार मैं देखती हूँ कि हम लोग कारपोरेट जगत से शिक्षा जगत को कंपेयर करते हैं. Whenever the question is raised to us, we try to answer on the basis of corporate industry. Is it working? Yeah. Okay. So directly I would to highlight this very important slide because many of the points have already been covered. See, what is the crux of the policy? What is the main feature of the policy, or we can say that NCF for FS? Already other members have focused that there is need to have training. There is need to reinvestigate the process of teaching. There is need to think or need to relook into the assessment. Yes, it is true. But what is the main feature of the NCF for foundational stage, or what are the important aspects to take this teacher education or the teacher training, or rather the title is capacity building of teacher is very important. See, there are three words we generally use in the domain of teacher education. The teaching is a theory of prescription, the theory of it's a technique of it's a prescriptive technique, it's a normative technique, and it's a descriptive technique. When we are well acquainted with these three words, why it is prescriptive, why it is normative, and why it is descriptive, the third technique or the third approach is very important because it tells what has happened in the process. We have to look into that, how this process will go in a long way and how we can make it very effective. Now again, I am taking the quote from Nivedita, we have to change the mindset of the teacher. बहुत बार ऐसा होता है कि प्राइवेट जगत से हम कंपेयर करते हैं and there we find some confusion कि भाई इतने crores इन्वेस्ट किए हैं तो इतने सारे प्रोडक्ट्स निकले हैं, what will happen to the teacher? भाई टीचर का जो रॉ मटेरियल है वो एक जिंदा दिल वाला व्यक्ति है, व्यक्ति बनने जा रहा है, बच्चा है, और इसलिए हम लोग शिक्षा जगत को कारपोरेट जगत से कंपेयर नहीं करेंगे. दिस इज़ माई ऑब्जर्वेशंस, दिस इज़ माई ओपिनियन. हम लोग हमारा रॉ मटेरियल जो है वो बच्चे हैं और हम लोग पॉलिसी का बेस मानते हुए, पॉलिसी को हम एक गाइडिंग प्रिंसिपल, एनसीएफ को गाइडिंग प्रिंसिपल मानते हुए हमें एक दिशा मिली है कि हम आने वाले शतक की ओर जा रहे हैं. तब हमको हमारा भारत, हम लोग वसुधैव कुटुंब की बात कर रहे हैं, तो हमारा भारत कैसा दिखेगा? हमारा प्राचीन भारत जैसा था वैसा हम लोग कल्पना कर रहे हैं कि वो भारत हम लोग अनुभव करेंगे. और इसमें ये जो पंचकोश विकास है और स्मृति की बात कही गई है एनसीएफ में, ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. व्हाट इज दिस पंचकोश? You will get the reference in Taittiriya Upanishad, in Shikshavalli. Now there are 5 domains of the personalities are well described. The first is Pranmay Kosh, the vital sheath. The second is Manomay Kosh, the socio-emotional and ethical sheath or level, or you can say in other words the mental sheath. The third one is Vidyanmay Kosh, cognitive level, or language and literary skills are included under this Vidyanmay Kosh. And the fifth one, which is very important, Anandamay Kosh, creative, and it is related to the bliss and aesthetic development. मित्रों, हमने कितनी सारी theories पढ़ा दी, हमने वो theory को इतना सराहा, इतना उसका गुणगान किए, हम हमारे तत्व को भूल गए कि पंचकोश विकास को यदि हम पढ़ेंगे तो हमें ध्यान में आता है कि व्हाट इज दिस आनंदमय कोश. कैन यू कंपेयर विथ एनी अदर साइकोलॉजिकल थ्योरी? यस. I am not here to answer that question कि where it is related or what comparison we can do. But there are some theories, उनको हमने सर पे लेकर बहुत गुणगान किए. हमारा पंचकोश विकास बताता है कि it is all interrelated domains. It is all interrelated sheath. And once we find that कि yes, we do believe, पंचकोश विकास की बातें करेंगे और पंचकोश विकास को हम समझेंगे तो ध्यान में आएगा देयर इज नथिंग न्यू. बहुत सारी थेरीज ऐसी है, जैसे एग्जाम्पल के तौर पर हम साइकोलॉजी में सेल्फ एक्चुअलाइजेशन थेरी पढ़ाते हैं. सेल्फ एक्चुअलाइजेशन इज व्हाट? एट द टॉप ऑफ द पिरामिड व्हाट यू वांट टू, व्हाट यू विश टू गेट. आनंद, समाधान, आत्म प्रचिति, वो कहाँ से आई है? तो ऐसे बहुत सारे रेफरेंसेस हमको मिलेंगे. बट स्पेशली I would like to draw your attention in regards to NCF for FS, this Panchakosh Vikas. Whatever the questions you have in your mind will get the solution through this Panchakosh. Then the second very important part in the NCF is about Panchapadi. Panchapadi, now see, look into this Panchapadi, and here you will get that very simple. Just a minute. The first one is about Aditi. Then the second one is Bodh. Then Abhyas. Then Prayog. And last is Prasar. We are able to compare all these 5 steps with other theories which has been brought from the other culture or other countries. So it is very simple. If we wish to train the teachers by aligning NCF for FS, it will be very easy to understand and to manifest. I am using this special word. Now, definitely we are committed to build their capacities, but instead of that, we should bother about manifesting their capacities. Because this manifest world will align their interests, their creativity, their innovation along with these Panchapadi. And if we follow this Panchapadi according to NCF, I hope that everything will get resolved. शिक्षकों के बारे में बहुत सिंप्लीफाई करके उनको पढ़ाना, उनको ट्रेन करने की आवश्यकता है. और एनसीएफ में ये पंचपदी 5 स्टेप्स, उसको पंचादी भी कहा गया है, ये बहुत ही ईजी होने वाला है. बहुत सारी चीज़ें ऐसी है कि जब हम लोग एनसीएफ एफएस के लिए तरफ देखते हैं तो हमें ध्यान में आता है कि बहुत सारी चीज़ें जो स्ट्रीमलाइन करना है, बहुत सारी चीज़ें जो है कि जैसे अभी संदीप जी ने कहा कि context of schooling at the foundational stage, it is very important because this is the foundation. These 5 years learning will erect the building of good citizenship after 5 years, or it will get started from the 4th year of his or her age. Then flow and interconnectivity among aims, curricular goals, competencies and learning outcomes. Already he spoke about the learning outcomes in the first presentation. What is this learning outcomes or the aims of education or the curricular goals, competencies? Because these are the standards. After taking lot of efforts, FS or NCF for FS have reached to the conclusion that what should be the standard to make it possible to train the teachers and to take this learning process way ahead. And see, the learning competencies and learning outcomes. These 2 aspects are very important from teachers' training or teachers' capacity point of view. The rest, the aims and curricular goals are confined to the NEP 2020. And therefore, when we prepare the program for capacity building, we have to assimilate these standards which is fixed in the NCF. Then approach to the language education literacy. Again, see, the 4 block approach for foundational literacy is very important. We have to focus on oral language, world recognition, reading and writing. I think yesterday you might have gone through the presentation made by Dr. Dheer. So it must be clear to you what is this 4-block approach, language approach. And here, what is the challenge for teacher? Because again, while disseminating or while giving training or while thinking about or while planning about capacity building, we must be aware about the language part, because literacy and numeracy are the two important dimensions in the foundation stage. Here, what is the biggest challenge for the teacher or for the purpose of capacity building is to select the material. हम लोग जो भी मटेरियल लेंगे उसको बहुत ध्यान से देखना है. Again, we go back to the policy. What policy says? We have to keep in mind always the Indian rootedness. भारतीय परंपरा और भारतीय ज्ञान को ध्यान में रखते हुए बहुत सारी चीजें ध्यान में रखना है. And when we talk about the language, context is very important. And again, we come back to the capacity building. We have to define what are the capacities to be built, to be developed. And then it is possible to bring the teacher to a particular level. Because what is the context? Already Sandeep ji has made that point. Contextualization is very important in the NCF and policy. So we should not forget about the context where this child learns or where he belongs. And then regarding the foundational numeracy, there is again 4-block approach: oral math talk, skill teaching, block 3, block 4, skill practice and math game. When we were assigned the task of preparing the material, and one small experience I would like to share with you. हम लोग सभी एक्सपर्ट बैठे थे और शून्य की बात चल रही थी. तो शून्य की बात जब चल रही थी तब एक छोटा सा टॉय बनाया है कि शून्य काफ़ी ऐसा स्लाइडिंग करके स्लाइड कर सकते हैं बहुत इजीली. ऐसा एक छोटा सा एक गेम बोलेंगे या टॉय बोलेंगे, वो बनाया है एनसीईआरटी ने. एनसीईआरटी पीपल आर हियर. और वो शून्य की शक्ति गजब की शून्य शक्ति है. अब बच्चों को शून्य की शक्ति क्या हो सकती है, शून्य कहाँ से शून्य का शोध लगा है, हु डिस्कवर्ड, वेयर इट इज़, ये काफ़ी चीज़ें उसको पता चलेगी तो ऑटोमेटिकली इट विल गियर अप विद द इंडियननेस. ये बहुत सारी चीज़ें जो है ये 4-block अप्रोच में हमें ढूंढ के निकालना पड़ेगा कि व्हाट इज़ द कॉन्टेक्स्ट, व्हाट इज़ एक्सपेक्टेड टू बी डन, what is the aim of the curriculum, and then accordingly we have to prepare the teaching learning material. Then next is development of teaching learning material. Again, see, children, key resource person, teacher and families. Now in the entire system we have to connect the teacher with children, with environment and with community. These are the 4 important elements. Because anything we miss or we miss out for connecting to the school education will get lost. हम लोगों को, बच्चों को जो भी हम चीज़ें देंगे उसमें पेरेंट का बहुत ज़्यादा इन्वॉल्वमेंट चाहिए. और इसलिए की रिसोर्स पर्सन तो है, पर हमें पेरेंट, फैमिलीज और कम्युनिटी के बारे में भी सोचना है. बहुत सारी चीज़ें हमारे देश में डाइवर्सिटी इतनी ज़्यादा है कि कैपेसिटी बिल्ड करने के लिए इट शुड नॉट बी कन्फाइंड टू महाराष्ट्र, इट शुड नॉट बी कन्फाइंड टू उत्तर प्रदेश और इट शुड नॉट बी कन्फाइंड टू एक्स. इट शुड बी कन्फाइंड टू द नेशनल टेम्पर. हमारा राष्ट्रीय टेम्पर क्या है, हमारा ट्रेजर क्या है, हमारी जियोग्राफी क्या है, हम क्या चाहते हैं, और ये सब ध्यान में रखेंगे तो टीचिंग लर्निंग मटेरियल दे हैव टू प्रोड्यूस, दे हैव टू डेवलप ऑन देयर ओन. What is the gap? देखिए, हम लोग नीचे से ऊपर जाएंगे तो शून्य से हम जब ऊपर जाते हैं तो हमें ध्यान में आता है, बिकॉज we'll think about the early childhood and care education to higher education. शिक्षा जगत में हम लोग देखते हैं कि किताबों में जो चीज़ें आती है, वॉट एवर द कंटेंट इज गिवन इन द बुक, वी कन्फाइन अवर सेल्फ टू दैट. अगेन पॉलिसी कहती है कि बहुत सारे रेफरेंसेस होना चाहिए, कॉन्टेक्स्ट होना चाहिए, और ये हमें अर्ली चाइल्डहुड केयर एंड केयर एजुकेशन और ग्रेड 1 ग्रेड 2 में भी उसको कंसीडर करना है. वी हैव टू थिंक वाइडली कि what are the context of that particular region, what is the environment of that community where child belongs. और वो यदि हम ध्यान में रहेंगे तो ऑटोमेटिकली their capacity or their expertise will get encouraged. Then next, learn more about FLNI and its practice across the foundational stage. Learn about more practical FLN activities. Learn about bringing connection with nature, toy-based pedagogy, and how to bring Indian culture rootedness right from the beginning. अभी किताबें आएंगे तो आप देखोगे उसमें कि there are n number of things which are highly connected to the environment, highly connected to the state features. So these things will definitely help to bring the change, to bring revolutionary change in the education. There are n number of things to be discussed, but I think there is paucity of time. I may conclude, I wish to conclude. It requires the effort of top resources to the down resources, from the person who is at the top and the person who is at the nursery. So with the spirit of togetherness and with the support of ministry, I personally feel that definitely we could see the good picture, rather reflective picture of the education which is expected from the ministry, from all of us. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Vanjari, for specifically talking about Panchakosh, Panchapadi, and 4-block approach. And घड़ी इजाज़त नहीं दे रही है कि मैं ओपन हाउस ले सकूं. हमारे एक एमिनेंट स्पीकर को निकलना भी है, फ्लाइट है उनकी. So thank you very much, and I would hand over the mic to the.
I thank all the panelists for such an enriching session. I request the Commissioner of KVS, Niti Pandeyji, to present the memento to our first panelist, Dr. R. Balasubramaniam, Member HR of CPC. I request Joint Secretary of Ministry of Education, Government of India, Prachi Pandeyji, to present the memento to our second panelist, Sri Vineet Nair from Sampark Foundation. I request Joint Secretary, Government of India, Professor Amarjit Dugalji, to present the memento to Professor Shashikala Vanzari, Vice Chancellor of NIEPA. I request Director, Department of Education, Mr. J.P. Pandey, to present the memento to our moderator, Dr. Sandeep Jain, Joint Secretary, Training, CBSE. We are breaking for lunch and we'll be back within an hour. We haven't had the open discussion, but you're most welcome to take your questions during the lunch hour and discuss face-to-face with our panelists. Thank you.
कहाँ बोला हाँ
सेक्रेटरी के साथ कौन सर Just a small announcement. Post lunch hour, before we start with our panel expert discussion, we will have a group photo with our secretary. So I request all the state secretaries, SPDs, and state representatives to be there so that we could have a group photograph. Thank you. We are starting the next session in a few minutes from now. I request all the delegates of the conference to assemble at the hall. Thank you. So before we start with the next session, in memory of the wonderful two-day conference, we are going to have a group photograph. I invite our dignitaries to be seated on the chair, and we'll be accompanied by the secretaries and SPDs of the state. If they aren't available here, then the state representatives.
All SPDs and state secretaries, please.
Also request if State Secretary, Education Secretary and SPD is not there, the senior most member of the delegation of particular state is requested to please join.
नमस्कार सर्वांना. शालेय शिक्षण विभागामधील जे अधिकारी या G20 समिटच्या अनुषंगाने ऑर्गनायझेशनमध्ये आहेत त्या सर्वांचं माननीय प्रधान सचिव, माननीय आयुक्त सर यांच्यासोबत या ठिकाणी एक ग्रुप फोटो होणार आहे. तर लवकरात लवकर पुढे यायचं आहे.
We begin with our presentations by states on best practices on the following theme. I invite on the dais Additional Chief Secretary, Education and Finance, Uttar Pradesh, Shri Deepak Kumar ji. Special Secretary, Education, Chhattisgarh, Mr. Rajesh Singh Rana. SPD MP, Mr. Dhanraju. Commissioner cum SPD School Education, Andhra Pradesh, Mr. S. Suresh Kumar. Principal DPS Bengaluru North, Manju Balasubramanian. And I request Dr. Sunita Sarunke from the Department of Chemistry, Professor Sunita Sarunke, to welcome Shri Deepak Kumarji, Additional Chief Secretary, Education and Finance, Uttar Pradesh. I request her to welcome Mr. Rajesh Singh Rana, Special Secretary, Education, Chhattisgarh. Request to welcome Mr. Dhanraju, SPD from Madhya Pradesh. I request Mr. J.P. Pandey, Director, Department of Education, to welcome Shri Suresh Kumar, S. Suresh Kumar, Commissioner cum SPD, School Education, Andhra Pradesh. And Manju Balasubramaniam, Principal DPS Bengaluru North. Each state gets 15 minutes to do their presentation, and hopefully if we don't run out of time, we will have an open discussion for 30 minutes. We are slightly changing the order, so we will start with Uttar Pradesh.
video होगा. No, I'll Eminent educationist, Secretary, School Education, Government of India, Sanjay ji, my colleagues, secretaries and SPDs from the state governments and officers from the Ministry of Education. Before I come to the presentation on teacher capacity building in UP, we will like to play a video. We have tried to encapsulate whatever we are trying to present so that the message is conveyed in a short and succinct way, and you can have access to that later on also. Can we have the video? Okay. Please play that video.
Through DBT to ensure Under the guidance of Government of India's initiatives and working towards the goals set as per the new Education Policy 2020, Uttar Pradesh launched Nipur Bharat Mission with an ambitious goal of making 1.1 crore grade 1 to 5 school students achieve foundational literacy and numeracy by 2025-26. To achieve the ideal learning environment for students and empower teachers, classrooms have been transformed in all the 1.36 lakh Parishadiya schools of Uttar Pradesh under Operation Kaya Kalp. Under this, 19 infrastructure parameters have been saturated, ensuring fulfillment of all basic infrastructural facilities in schools. Amount of rupees 1200 per student is being transferred directly to all students through DBT to ensure all RTE entitlements of students like uniforms, shoes, school bags are met. A teacher-friendly ecosystem has been created by establishing the Manav Sampada portal, which has enabled online process for administrative tasks such as leaves, arrears, etc. 1.6 lakh teachers have also been appointed as per RTE standards in deficit schools in a transparent manner. Additionally, through a time and motion study exercise, academic working days have been increased from 160 to 240 days per year, and weekly working hours increased from 13 hours per week to 25 hours per week. Further, to enable classroom transformation, engaging academic materials like textbooks, workbooks, 100+ print-rich materials, math and science kits, etc. have been provided to create an enriching student-centric classroom environment. To achieve the goal set under Nipur Bharat Mission, structured pedagogy is being implemented through teacher guides or Sandarshikas and Nirdeshikas, which consists of a 25-week module with daily lesson plans to enable teachers to implement structured pedagogy in the classrooms. To enable the teachers to track the progress of students towards Nipur, a comprehensive and continuous assessment mechanism is set up where teachers conduct practice assessments, Nipur Lakshya app, testing oral reading fluency and other Nipur competencies, and OMR sheet-based NAT assessments enabled by Saral app. Cadre-specific targets have been defined to achieve Nipur goals through run-rate-based monitoring mechanism, in which specific goals have been defined for each cadre to make their school a Nipur school and create Nipur blocks. Uttar Pradesh has also established Vidya Samiksha Kendra, which consists of a comprehensive data visualization tool to track performance indicators and a BSK call center for monitoring of operations. In order to achieve these ambitious goals, Uttar Pradesh has fully invested in the capacity building of teachers with a blended approach towards teacher training. 4-day in-person teacher training is conducted for all the 6 lakh teachers at the start of each academic year in a cascaded format to orient the teachers on the academic strategy of Nipur Bharat Mission. For continuous professional development of teachers, Diksha is being leveraged as the main channel of dissemination of weekly courses related to Nipur academic strategy, activity-based teaching, teacher motivation, etc. Additionally, a cadre of 4,400 ARPs, 225 SRGs, 1,200 diet mentors have been created to provide on-the-job training to teachers. This involves conducting 2-hour-long mentoring visits, providing real-time feedback to teachers, conducting spot assessment of students, and conducting demo classes. Apart from this, a cadre of 5 best-performing teachers called Shikshak Sankuls have been appointed as nodal teachers at the cluster level who facilitate peer-to-peer learning amongst teachers. These teachers conduct monthly Sankul meetings with all the teachers of the cluster to share best practices, address key challenges, and conduct team-building activities. For continuous motivation and energizing, regular cadre-oriented workshops are being conducted at the state and district level. With these reforms and school transformation, Uttar Pradesh will soon become a Nipur Pradesh.
So, presentation. No. Yeah, thank you. So, you saw that in UP we started with some systemic changes in the setup. We started with Operation Kaya Kalp about 4 to 5 years back, And we have a huge number of schools, 1.3 lakhs schools. And we selected 19 infrastructure parameters, starting from Blackboard, as basic as Blackboard, to smart classes, to running water, separate toilet for girls and boys, tiles in the classrooms. So these infrastructure facilities needed to be improved. And you can see that starting in November 19, in March 23, the parameters went up from 38% to 93%. So this was one of the main drives which attracted the students to come to the school, for their parents to send their kids to school with better infrastructure, better hygienic conditions. The second significant reforms which undertook was DBT, direct benefit transfer. So every year our teachers were involved in procurement, in tender for shoes, socks, dress, sweater, stationery. So that burden was taken up. They were freed, and we directly sent the money to the parents' account. We mapped these students with Aadhaar and their parents with Aadhaar, and then we took their accounts, bank accounts, and sent the money directly into the bank account. So thereby we eliminated a lot of complaints, lot of time of teachers that went into procurement, tender, complaints. There were thousands of complaints against BSAs and teachers in distribution of the items. So that was taken away. So that was one significant reform. Then Manav Sampada, this is human resource development. We have a portal where everything is digitized. All the records of the teachers, their leave applications, their salary, their payroll, their increments, that is all there. Their transfers, their postings, that is all on the Manav Sampada portal. It is one of the most well-functioning portals that we have in our state. In fact, it is the best in any of the departments. So that again has taken away a lot of hassle for the teachers. They do not have to go to the block office, BO's office, or to the BSA's office. Their queries, their issues are taken care of through this portal itself. So that again, they are freed from unnecessary work. And obviously we went for a big drive for filling up all the vacancies. So like we filled up 1.6 lakh vacancies of the teachers, and similarly in DATs also. You will see that. Now we come to the classroom transformation. I am sure all of you are doing that, and it happened in UP also. So the first slide that you see is Nipun Laksh. So we have charts in all classrooms as to what is the target for that grade, and we have the list of the students, what is to be achieved in that year and in that month. And then we have the list of the students. Their names are there, and teacher is supposed to mark them what is the improvement. If they have qualified that exam, if they have qualified that step, so there will be a tick mark against that. Otherwise, they have to go in for remedial classes. So each and every student in each and every class is assessed, and on a weekly basis, whether he is progressing onwards in the Nipun Laksh. Structured pedagogy, what Vinit Nair sir was talking in the previous session, that teachers should be assisted in their teaching. So we have a structured pedagogy. We have Sandarshika and we have Nirdeshika, and for the whole year, the lesson plans every week and for each day, for each class are marked out. And likewise, the students of the workbook. So while the students are working on their workbook, the Sandarshika and Nirdeshika, they have detailed instructions for the teacher how to take that class along. And it is mapped to the print-rich material that is there in the class, the videos that are there on Diksha and Prerna, and the textbook. So the lesson plan is marked with all the teaching aids, the colorful cards that you have in the classroom. So teacher is assisted with all that. Plus the, what I talked, 100 plus print-rich material is there, the books, the story posters, the charts to make it interesting. So while the teacher is teaching from the text, he can refer to the maps, the charts on the walls of the classrooms, the posters that are there, the cards that are there. We have got maths kits and science kits from NCERT. We have made it available to all the classrooms, and teachers are assisted with that. For kids, it is a fun learning. And in every school, we have a reading corner with about 500 plus books. The next is our time-bound target. And time-bound target has to come of their own volition. We have not imposed it on them. But as you see, the targets for Nipun have to be achieved by March 27. We have preponed it to March 26 and then broken it down. I'll come to the Shikshak Sankul and academic resource persons and the SRCs later on. But the basic concept is at the Sankul level, that is the Nyaya Panchayat level, and over about 9 to 10 Gram Panchayats, you have a Nyaya Panchayat. So at the Nyaya Panchayat level, we have selected the 5 best teachers that are enthusiastic, that are keen to take on the leadership role, and with them we have formed a Sankul. So these Sankuls, they basically disseminate the information, the training that is being imparted, the programs that are being implemented by Government of India and the state government, and they handhold, they exchange notes, and every month at the Sankul level, there is a meeting of all the teachers of that Sankul, and the 5 enthusiastic teachers, they share the best practices, and if there are any concerns of the teachers, whether it's educational or administrative or any other concern, local level, that is sorted out at the Sankul level. So we have asked them that 41,000 schools will be made Nipun by these Sankul enthusiastic teachers. So 5 of them at every Nyaya Panchayat, so that takes up our number. Then we have academic resource persons at every block. We have 5 academic resource persons. They are culled out selected from the teachers who are again motivated and enthusiastic. So they have been relieved of their classrooms, and they go around the block. They have been given charge of schools, and they in turn handhold the teachers, and again what is being done at Sankul level, they do at the block level. And then again, block education officers, we have asked them that all districts by December will have at least 1 Nipun block. So we are progressing along that, and by December we think that 85,000 schools will be nearer to being Nipun. So like Sandeep was saying, what is surveyed and what is projected and what is expected, the curve is very different. So we realize that, but we have set the curve slightly forward so that we can move at a faster rate. Now, the learning outcomes, we have monthly and daily assessments. So the teachers are expected to assess the students, and we have Nipun Lakshya app. So it is very simple, whether for writing, reading, or their numerical skills. The app is very convenient, and teachers assess their own students. And this is about 6 lakh plus assessment every month. Then we have external assessments, because obviously the teachers will be biased and it directly reflects their own performance. So you cannot expect it to be very truthful. But then we have these assessments. And the next is diet-led assessments. So every diet, and we have 70 of them. We have DLED courses, 2-year DLED courses, and we have the trainees there, the guys who have taken enrollment in the DLED courses. We pay them 500 for every visit to a school, and they are happy to do that. They are getting trained on the job, and we get a very good third-party assessment, because these diet students are not aligned with any teacher, and they cover newer school every time. and we have an app to monitor that through our Vidya Samiksha Kendra. We will come later on. So they cannot repeat the schools. ये नहीं हो सकता कि वो नज़दीक वाले स्कूल में जाके assess करके आ जाए. They do sample assessment, but they do it in a different school every time. So this is a very good quality third-party assessment data that we get. And this way, every quarter we are able to generate about 32 lakh plus assessment of individual kids. And then we have the Saral app in which every quarter we assess all our kids on these, we circulate the question papers. Question paper we centrally generate, and then they are sent to the schools, and the students, the teachers fill up the OMR sheet after assessing their teachers, and then they take a snapshot of the assessment sheet, and that is sent and uploaded. And through Vidya Samiksha Kendra, we are able to assess that. So we keep a constant eye on the improvement every month through our Samiksha Kendra, and this is the these are the steps that we undergo. Now, I was talking of Vidya Samiksha Kendra, and after Gujarat, we built the second Vidya Samiksha Kendra, and you can see that we monitor about 20 parameters through that. We have about 60 trained operators who assess who analyze the data that is coming through, and through all our SRPs, the ARPs, and the diet assessors, whatever information we are getting, and through the individual assessment of the teachers. Right. So, and we have every month about 2 lakh outgoing calls. And teachers also, if they have any query, whether it is on the academic material or otherwise, they call us back. I think. Okay. About the Nipun goals, though people are aware that there is something going on the educational quality content-wise, but they actually are not aware. So we have taken all these measures to make the students, the teachers, and their parents, and the general public aware of what are Nipun goals. If your kid is in 3rd standard, what is he supposed to, at the passing out of 3rd standard, what is he supposed to qualify? So everyone is quite aware of it. Now we're coming to teachers training. We have a 4-day teacher training, and that is at different levels, at CMET, at the state level, and again, we talked of diets. We have 70 diets. So these are the numbers that go. We have 6 lakh teachers. So to train them at the block level, at the district level, and at the state level, this is the mechanism that we have done. And we have refurbished our state institutions and the diets. As Government of India's expectation that they should become centers of excellence, we have already done that. We have filled up all the posts in diets, and we are imparting quality training. The next is, this is the number of the resource persons. As I told you, at the state, at the block, at the district level, the 3 best teachers are selected as state resource persons, a state resource group. So we have given them 225, the number, and visits every month is 20. Likewise, diet teachers, the professors at diets, we have 880 blocks. So there is 1 mentor for every block, and there are 10 visits are must for him. And likewise, at the block, we have academic resource person. There are 5 every block, and we have fixed 30 visits for them. So the teachers that are trained are not, it's not only a 4-day module in a year. They are constantly upgraded in their skills. You see, SRGs visit them, the ARPs visit them, the diet mentors visit them, the students from the diet go and visit them, and then at the Sankul level, every month they upgrade their skills. So whatever learning is there, whether it is online, offline, they are upgraded. Again, this is about the Sankuls. As I told you earlier, 5 best teachers at the Nyaya Panchayat level are selected, and they are supposed to pass on the best practices, the assessment, the best videos, the best practices to all the teachers in that Nyaya Panchayat. This is diets. We have refurbished them, made them good centers with excellent facilities, and the courses are carried out there. Now, Diksha, we upload every week, we upload 3 videos. They are short videos, 5 to 10 minutes on the content that is to be taught. 2 are related to Nipun, how to attain Nipun Laksh. 1 is related to self-improvement kind of videos, how leadership qualities and all. And we have toolkit videos also, how to assess the kids, how to assess the teachers. And we have about 6.5 thousand digital content that UP has uploaded on Diksha. All our 81 textbooks are mapped or are digitally available, and we have with partnering with IIT Gandhinagar, we have about 1100 science plus maths plus English content and videos available. We carry out these Mandal Gostis, and then a very interesting thing is we have BEOs, block education officers. We have 880 blocks. So initially we brought out that 50 BEOs who are enthusiastic enough and offer themselves that they will be the first to make their block Nipun. So we got many responses, and in fact we had to increase the number from 50 to 100. So 100 BEOs have vowed that they will make a block Nipun by December. So this is talking about enthusiasm and generating competition. And school leadership programs, we have good speakers coming around the months. We send our teachers to IIT Gandhinagar, IIM Lucknow. All our headmasters are getting trained at IIM Lucknow. We have a tie-up with them, IIT. Recently, a group went to IIT Mandi also. Since pre-primary education now is a part of our new education, the national education policy. So we are also training the Anganwadi Karyakartris. So we have about 1.20 lakh co-located Anganwadis with primary schools. So we have trained the primary teachers also, as well as the Anganwadi Karyakartris, plus 30,000 more Anganwadi Karyakartris who are not co-located. And we have developed the Chahak and Pehal modules for the younger kids to make them ready for the school and to expose to them to learning at the younger ages. Now, what is it that we have achieved? So, you see, from 160 days, we carried out a study about 3-4 years back, and we realized that only 160 days were available. So we cut down on the vacations, and we took it to almost 220 to 240 days. And we increased the actual teaching hours from 12 hours to 25 hours per week. It is generally said that the teachers are busy in other works. So we brought down the registers from 40 to 12, only the bare essential data, and we are digitizing that too, so that they can fill it up digitally. They do not have to go to any of the offices. The teachers do not have to go anywhere, not in school hours. We have banned any meeting in the school hours. So if you visit a school, there can be no pretext that the teacher has gone for a meeting elsewhere. It is simply banned. And for their own needs, Manav Sampada portal is there, leave, sanctions, transfer postings, that is all managed on a portal. And we have trained 6 lakh teachers offline, online, and you saw online, on-job, constant hand-holding and training goes out throughout the year. We have 4,400 mentors who are constantly guiding and hand-holding them. And we expect that we will have very soon, by December, we will have these many schools and whatever we have promised in the grades, and we will come out with a Nipun Laksh achievement. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Our next speaker is from Chhattisgarh. The presentation will be done by Dr. Sudhish, who is the AD at Samagra Shiksha, representing Chhattisgarh, while our Special Secretary Education Rajesh Singh Rana is being seated. I invite Dr. Sudhish.
Thank you, sir. Respected dignitaries. My presentation topic is capacity building and training of teachers for FLN in the context of multilingualism and Chhattisgarh experience. These are some of the basic facts about multilingualism. Tribal population is 4 times in Chhattisgarh as far as national average is concerned. We have 32% of tribal population, whereas at national level it is 8%. Total near about 42 tribes reside in Chhattisgarh. We have 7 primitive vulnerable tribal groups, and they are spread in different districts. This is the picture which shows how the language is spread across the state. You can see in the central part there is Chhattisgarhi, and north and south we have different tribal languages. As far as classroom scenario is concerned, we have 4 types of situations. This is emerged from the language mapping exercise done with the help of Language Learning Foundation and UNICEF. Scenario 1 is most children speak in language similar to school language, and teachers also understand the school language. This is the ideal situation. Second scenario is limited understanding of school language while getting admission in class 1, and teachers also understand the student's home language. Third scenario is limited understanding of school language while getting admission in class 1, and teachers don't understand the use of student's home language. And fourth scenario is limited understanding of school language, and there is one common link language, because there are many different language speaking students. So one common language is there, and the last scenario is that there is no common link language. So these are the findings which came through this language survey which was done in our state. So this scenario explains that why multilingual education is required, because we have one state language, that is Hindi, different local languages, that is home languages in different areas, and English, which is compulsory. So these 3 types of languages are there, so we need multilingual education, and these are the main causes of dropouts and non-productive practices as per World Bank reports. This is, we have been talking about all these things, like why multilingual education is required. As far as Chhattisgarh is concerned, first instance of use of mother tongue in classroom was experienced through an interactive radio program assisted by US program in which spoken English was introduced, Hello English program, where the radio used to instruct different activities, and there was a pause given where teachers were supposed to use their mother tongue to instruct the students. So that was the first instance in our state where we started using mother tongue. Then we had a tribal meet in 2006 where we tried to float the idea that we should use mother tongue in our primary schools. But there was a big opposition that time that the tribal Mantrana Parishad came out with the opposition that you people try to teach in English medium school and you are trying to make our students learn in tribal language. So there was a big opposition. Then we started organizing different workshops, tried to formulate MLE policy and why it is required, came out with the dropout data in different tribal areas. Then there was a consensus made and we started implementing this local language program. SCRT developed different local language lessons. 25% of our Hindi textbooks contained local language lessons. Then bilingual textbooks were developed in different languages in state with the help of SCRT. Workbooks, practice material, dictionary, local language material, oral stories collection, and all these things were made with the help of SCRT and district. These are some of the examples of books which were developed by SCRT. These are the workbooks, CD, that is bridge. These are some of the examples where students were supposed to write. Now, as far as implementation of MLE is concerned in state, we started with consensus building. Why there is a need to bring the local language or mother tongue, then code switching, then language mapping exercise was done with the help of LLF and UNICEF. It helped the state to identify and understand different linguistic conditions, and we oriented all the block and cluster level officials about their respective data and the need to use multilingual education in the classroom. This was the first one. Then we sensitized the stakeholders, sharing them one small book based on the multilingual report so that they can understand the issue. Then we involved stakeholders. We invited technical expertise to design the roadmap, how to go ahead with the findings of language survey, local material development, and we also collected the database of teachers who are interested to develop local materials. Even MDM cooks and the senior community members were also invited to join hand in hand to develop local material. Different organizations were also invited for this endeavor. Then as far as capacity building is concerned, we were sure that this couldn't be done at the state level because there are many languages. So we decentralized the program and we just gave the framework and requested the district to start developing and collecting different materials. So like for example, 180 interactive lessons were made in the audio form, and they were used to imbibe the practice of using local language. Then in Chhattisgarh, we have a good practice of professional learning community. So we requested different language groups to form their WhatsApp group. Near about 19 WhatsApp groups are formed, and the teachers having expertise in those languages, they were supposed to chat in their own language. So that was a good practice which helped the teachers to practice their own language. Self-reading materials were developed, and district officials were provided online training with the help of LLF on multilingual education. And recently we have introduced a course, Tumhari Meri Baatein, with the help of Room to Read, which is developed by Oxford University, and within 1 week, more than 2,000 teachers, interested teachers have registered in this course. This is one of the survey recently done to understand how the teachers, because in the beginning I shared what type of classroom situations are there and how teacher can build their own capacity to use students' language. So some of the teachers learned the language interacting with their surrounding community. Some of the teachers joined professional learning communities having the expert language expert teacher as their leaders to learn through social media, WhatsApp group. And some of the teachers developed mentor-mentee relationship to learn. So these are the percentages how the teachers try to learn their students' language so that they can use the language in their classroom. This is the example of WhatsApp group. 19 such different language WhatsApp groups are there. You can see they chat different topics in their own language. Halbi, Gondi, Bhatri, Sargujiya, Kamar, that type of 19 languages are there. And on daily basis, they chat with each other in their respective languages. So in that way, they are practicing their language. This is Charcha Patra. This is monthly newsletter. The idea of issuing Charcha Patra we got from a USAID supported program that in INSTEP from India, near about 50 participants went to Arizona University to learn best practices in teaching, and there we found that there is one concept of professional learning community. In Chhattisgarh, we came out with this idea, and more than 8,500 PLCs are formed, and they are every month on the first day of every month, we release this 12-pager monthly newsletter in the form to support them to have discourse on academic issues with 10 agenda, and at cluster level they discuss and they try to implement as per their local conditions. We don't prescribe everything. These are suggestive things, and thousands of changes are keeping up. So language related different issues are also discussed in this Charcha Patra, and it is all the issues of last 8 years every month is available in our website. Material development, most of the materials have been started developing in local languages. Some of the materials already developed are translated. Story Weaver platform our teachers are using to design their own stories, and also the already have stories which are available in those platforms. Thousands of stories are translated into our tribal languages, not only by our teachers, but some of the senior students have also translated it online in Story Weaver platform. Big books, small books, story books, picture books, conversation charts, posters, dictionaries, BLIs, workbooks, all these things and podcasts. Recently we have started collecting local stories, and our teachers are developing podcasts also at their own. Storytelling festivals are also organized, and school museum idea is also floated so that the young children can discuss about the known things which is available in their culture. This is the picture of story, and almost all the villages enjoyed this storytelling festival. Research and evaluation, we did the multilingual survey. Some dipstick studies are also conducted. Special Asar survey was conducted in Chhattisgarh with the help of SCRT. 100 days, 100 story program was organized for reading speed improvement. Digital stories developed by different organizations were shared, and their impact was observed. Some of the pilot programs which are going on is NEEV program, then MLE demo project in Bastar and Sukma, and teaching learning material through literacy cloud. These are some of the examples of materials which are provided in the schools. These are some of the different types of capacity building approaches for MLE. And this is the election year, so we feel that this time we don't get much time for long teachers training programs. So we will try to adopt some of these practices in G20 Jan Bhagidari committee. Also, we shared some of the seminar topics, and all the blocks are conducting seminars on different G20 related topics. So seminar is one platform through which we want to develop capacity. Then surveys and sharing their report. We conduct monthly survey and share these things with teachers. Feedback from stakeholders, brainstorming sessions. We have shared different topics to brainstorm at the block level. Then continuous professional development through Charcha Patra. Online courses on MLE. Recently we did an online course for administrators also, because we found that many a times when they visit school, the administrators stop the teachers using the mother tongue. So we started with giving training to the BOs, DOs, so that they adopt this practice. Exposure visits, self-learning material, short films, FGD, community के साथ working, school, local storytelling, and school museum. These are the things which we are trying to adopt in our teacher training program. These are some of the challenges which we try to have solutions. And mentor-mentee system we are trying to adopt for MLE, and capacity building of stakeholders. Also, we are trying to do rolling out programs based on Bastar experience. Bastar, we are doing the piloting with the help of LLF. Based on that experience, we will scale up in other districts. These are some of the teachers' experience. Due to the shortage of time, I will not start the videos. Otherwise, teachers have supported that we should, how we can develop the capacity, how they have developed the skill of their students' language, they have explained through these videos. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I invite Mr. Dhanraju, who is the SPD from the state of Madhya Pradesh, for his next presentation.
Good afternoon, Honorable Secretary Sir, senior officers from the Ministry, senior officers from the states and UTs, and dear colleagues. So, thank you so much for providing opportunity to share the experience of state of Madhya Pradesh. So, just to give the landscape of FLN, we are talking about some 23 lakh children in grade 1, 2, 3 put together, close to 1.8 lakh teachers and 80,000 schools. So I'll just introduce two concepts that we will be discussing in detail in the presentation. Mission Ankur is the MP program to achieve Nipun goals by 2027. And CM Rise TPD is a holistic professional development program, which is a full life cycle of teacher capacity building. So today I'll be talking briefly about our journey so far, successes that we have seen, challenges faced so far, and our learnings which can be useful for others. So I'll be breaking my presentation into policy, then the practices that we adopted, then recognition that have been seen in our program. So first thing is, we don't see training as one-time activity. It's a full cycle. It's like you understand the teacher need, design the training program, implement it, make sure it is practiced, provide hand-holding, then come back to, again, where the gaps are. The loop continues. Secondly, there should be a seamless blend between in-person training and blended training. The second principle that we kept in mind was balancing the priorities of the state and the personal needs of the teachers, their own likes and dislikes. Third is ensuring the impact. You teach, you provide handholding to the teacher, whether it is being practiced at the classroom or not. We should have a very clearly laid down feedback mechanism and at the same time, providing support. Finally, we should know what are we going to see the change in our students. That should be the basis for training. So, based on NEP guidelines and based on NPST, National Professional Standards for Teachers, we designed State Professional for Teachers and we adopted a comprehensive teacher training policy, and it was released by the Honorable Chief Minister on 4th of September 2022. So these are the three components of teacher professional policy that we have adopted. One is instituting state professional standards for teachers. We know, as we talk about students, we know what the grade 3 students should be achieving. Similarly, we have prepared a matrix for teacher, professional standards for teacher. Of course, we have drawn heavily from the NPST draft. Again, it's a holistic approach, for their professional development. Third one is creating enablers. Without proper enablers, we cannot be able to achieve what we desire to. So I'll just give you a snapshot of how, professional standard for teacher looks like. There are 4 broad standards. One is, the core values and ethics. Second is the professional knowledge and understanding. Third is professional practice and competencies. And finally is development and growth. So these are the main standards and sub-standards given in NPST. Of course, we have adopted as per our requirement. And based on the trainings that we have already provided to our teacher, FLN, NISTA, and our own, trainings, we have captured how a state dashboard would look like. In NPST, there are 4, levels: beginner, expert, proficient, and leader. So similarly, we have mapped, professional standard for every teacher. So this is the cycle, professional development cycle that we have adopted in our teacher development policy. As I mentioned, first is compilation of teacher needs. The teacher needs would come from as-on situation, where the teacher stand today, individual teachers stand today, where a particular set of teachers stand today, what are their requirements. Secondly, planning for 3 years. We have devised a training cycle for 3 years so that it should not be ad hoc. It's a continuous process. Third is delivery of training, both in person and digital, because they should be in sync with overall, training delivery mechanism that we are providing. Fourth point is observation. That means if I am a teacher, I get some training, I go to classroom, I practice. While I do practicing, my mentor, SRGs, come to my classroom, observe it and give me feedback, and the overall feedback is built into the next cycle. We assess impact through, sir from UP was telling, various type of assessment. We also do similar assessment through DLED students, and we do lot of item analysis through our own system. So we do assessment. Reward and recognition for teachers is very important. Of course, the last point is, based on this, evaluate a teacher, create a career path. Again, the loop will come back. So to achieve this, we should have clear teacher professional standards. Then support system. Without support system, we cannot achieve. Technology, because as I mentioned, we are dealing with 1.5 lakh teachers and close to 23 lakh children, 80,000 schools. Of course, culture and communication is important, otherwise we cannot achieve. So just to simplify, the teacher is in the mid of, the IT platform that we have built. Components are drawn from various sources: student performance, teachers' own pre-test, post-test, in-course performance. Everything would come back to individual teachers' bucket, and based on that performance, his own performance, his professional standards are drawn, and he'll be given suggestion to improve in a particular set of proficiency. Say, for example, I am good at my own subject, but if I need some improvement in pedagogy and practice, there are suggestions to take up courses and fill the gaps and achieve better result. So that is the complex IT system that we have built. Of course, it's a work in progress. I'll show some of the things that we have already achieved. One, you lay down a very clear policy. You have a very beautiful IT system, but if it is not implemented properly, it will not give desired result. I'll just show how rigorously we are imparting training, both digital and in person. So we all know, I need not to explain it, this is how the cycle happens. You deliver the training, you provide monitoring, there is a technology. The end result that every one of us want to see is high-performing teacher for every child. So first component is training delivery. I'll deliberate upon both online and face-to-face training. So each one of us, make our teachers to take up trainings on NISTA, but we did some things differently, so the impact was better than the rest of the state. Similarly, I will also going to elaborate on the in-person training that we imparted to our teachers. Unlike other states, we reduced the cascade. All 1,500 master trainers were trained at the state level, and they directly went to blocks to impart training for 10 days, 5 plus 5, 10 days of training. So we reduced one level of cascade, that is district level. So it was a huge burden on us to train all 1,600 teachers at the state level, but we took a conscious decision. So this is how we leveraged school closure during COVID. There was a huge potential that was seen in the digital courses. Apart from the NISTA courses, we also designed state-specific courses for FLN, mental health, other courses. A colleague from NCERT CBSE was mentioning in MOOC courses, the completion rate was less than 50%. He mentioned some 40 to 43%. So in our case, 72% were the average performance, and 89% was the completion rate, because the strategy that we adopted, which I'll be touching upon in the next slide. So these are the courses that we added to NISTA courses. So what we did, before the launch of each FLN course, we do a clearly strategized communication plan through diets and through our Shaikshik Samvad. I'll come to Shaikshik Samvad. So there is a manual for diet, there is a manual for KRPs, there is a manual for teachers, how to consume online course and how to practice in the classroom and do the post work. Without doing the post work, the online course will not have desired impact. And secondly, to make sure the visibility, we design dashboards, state level dashboard, what is the registration, what is the completion, district ranking, so that there is a kind of nudge to district to make sure that their teachers take the course and complete it with minimum benchmarking. Similarly, we also, if you see course 12 is coming, the course is about this, so that teachers are mentally prepared what is the content that would be coming and what is the kind of practice and post work that they need to be done. Finally, as I mentioned, we have designed a digital book which would be published very often, containing teachers' best practices so that they get a recognition. Now, that is the digital part. In-person training, we make sure that it is coherent and aligned with the overall design, online courses and the overall plan, classroom material and assessment. If they are not linked to what are they going to hold in their hands in the classroom and how their children are assessed, the training will not have desired impact. So we always keep that the material that is used in the classroom should be the basis for training module. Secondly, it is not theoretical. If you look at the photographs, we deliberately made to sit teachers not on the chair in group so that they do group work, they recreate the classroom experience. And finally, everything is very structured, SOPs are prepared, what is the session plan, what is the kind of material to be used, everything is clearly laid out. As I mentioned, we reduced transition loss by training master trainers at the state level. This is how we did. All the master trainers are trained at the state level and they directly went to block to provide training. If you look at this, on the left side, you see clearly, laid out manual for KRPs, for teachers, for supporting mechanism. Everything is clearly laid out, session plan is laid out, so that time is not wasted. On the right side, you can see our portal has venue management. If the drawing sheet are not available, you cannot start your training. You have to make sure that drawing sheets, sketch pens, everything should be available, projector should be available, then only you can start your training. Then pre-test is conducted for every batch, post-test is conducted. Then there is a feedback mechanism, supervision there, online, attendance, then pre-test, post-test, daily monitoring. So finally, we also create a WhatsApp group and one SRG is assigned to that group so that continuous hand-holding is done. These are some of the snapshots. As I mentioned, we deliberately make teachers to work in groups, create things, recreate classroom atmosphere. Now, we provide the training. If the academic mentoring is not provided, the continuity cannot be maintained. So this is one of the best practices which has resulted maximum dividend to us. This is Shaikshik Samvad. Shaikshik Samvad happens at the state level, then at the district level, and finally it goes to the cluster level. The role modeling is done at the state level through diets, then Shaikshik Samvad happens at the district level, then it goes further. So that basically what happens is whatever the course has happened, then the post work and the continuity is made. So this is one-to-one teacher monitoring tool that we have created. CACs or officers from Bhopal, if they go to school, there are 4 things. One is the general information, they need not to fill anything. Once they just put the dash code, the entire thing would come, they need not to ask, kitne bacche hai, kya hai, everything is there. Then we have assigned 60 minutes minimum for classroom observation. Before 60 minutes, it cannot be closed because it cannot be touch and go. They have to set 60 minutes and observe each and every component. Then another 60 minutes would be spent for spot assessment. Once they submit, feedback is available to the teacher and available to the rest of the things. Finally, recognition of good work of our teachers. And, one-to-one and meetings are done. Finally, I'll come to the technology part. Without, robust technology support, we cannot achieve the desired result. So, as I mentioned, for conducting in-person training, there is a very, robust module. As I said, to create training venue, infra, then who is going to be master trainer, whether he is trained at the Bhopal or not. If the master trainer is not mapped, you cannot start the batch. So that you cannot run the training through anybody and everybody who is not trained. So pre-test, post-test, everything is clearly laid out. If you see attendance is done, then pre-test attended, not attended, how many, what is the score in the pre-test, post-test, it is available. Finally, how everything would come back to an integrated dashboard. So I'll spend last 1 minute on that. So this is how it looks. FLN, this is the FLN NISTA courses, 12 courses that we have mapped. Geographically, you can see the completion rate and course-wise completion rate. FLN 4 was the lowest in percentage of uptake. So this is interesting. In FLN 12, there were 440 questions. We know how every teacher has responded to individual questions. We know any subset of teachers, what is the questions that is not scored to the appropriate level. So we understand the training needs of the teachers through this analysis. This is available for individual teacher also. This is again as per professional standards, various levels. Finally, what was done, what was not done. One is, it's a scaffold method. And as I said, enriching the online content through, pre-work, then post-work, Shakshik Samvad and the other thing, robust impact tracking, and finally recognition. No penalization has been done till now because, when the teachers see value in what we are propagating, they'll definitely take it. No data filling in the system because there is so much of data. Only thing is we have to pull it and collate it, make it sensible and give it to teacher because teacher is the stakeholder. He should not be made to fill data and I sitting in Bhopal should be consuming it. No, I should be collecting and giving it to teacher. That is our policy. Finally, it has been well recognized at the national level. MOE document, has practice from Madhya Pradesh. Our implementation of NISTA courses has been, recognized as one of the best practices from NCERT. It has been recognized by United Nations Sustainable Development Solution Network as one of the 50 youth-led solutions globally. And Commonwealth Education Award also been accorded to our CM Rise TPD program. And that's all from Madhya Pradesh. Thank you so much for patient hearing.
Our next presenter is Shri S. Suresh Kumar, Commissioner, School Education, Andhra Pradesh.
Respected Secretary, Sir, dignitaries on the dais, my colleagues, education experts and participants, good afternoon to all of you. In fact, on a very hot summer afternoon, especially after the lunch, it will be very difficult to keep focus on the deliberations going on. Already you have heard from 3 states the excellent work which is being done in various aspects of education and of course functional literacy and numeracy. While the state of Andhra Pradesh has taken up a very comprehensive reform in the education sector, covering all aspects of education value chain, including the infrastructure upgradation of the schools, providing all basic entitlement to all the children who are studying in government and aided schools, providing financial assistance to the mothers who send their children to the schools, digitization of education and providing latest digital solutions in the classrooms, and also teachers' capacity building in a large way. But I will be focusing today on the theme of today's conference, that is foundational literacy and numeracy, and how capacity building and training of teachers in a blended mode is taken up for the foundational literacy aspect in the state of Andhra Pradesh. Before I go into the presentation, I would request to kindly play the 3-minute video on the Nipun training program which the state is undertaking. Voice, sound.
రండి కదం తొక్కి బడికే పోదాం మనము ఆడుతూ పాడుతూ అక్షరాలను నేర్చేద్దాం మనమందరము నిపుణ్ నిపుణ్ భారత్ నిపుణ్ నిపుణ్ ఆంధ్ర నిపుణ్ నిపుణ్ భారత్ నిపుణ్ నిపుణ్ ఆంధ్ర ఆ ఆ ఇ ఈ ఏబిసిడి భాషేదైనా అర్థం చేసుకుంటాం అవలీలగా నేర్చుకుంటాం కథల నుండి వాక్యాలు వాక్యాల నుండి పదాలు పదాల నుండి అక్షరాలు ఎచ్చి కూర్చి నేర్చేస్తాం కథల నుండి వాక్యాలు వాక్యాల నుండి పదాలు పదాల నుండి అక్షరాలు ఎచ్చి కూర్చి నేర్చేస్తాం గింజలు పుల్లలు తెచ్చేద్దాం అంకెలు అన్నీ లెక్కెడదాం తొక్కుడు బిళ్ళ ఆడేద్దాం నిపుణ్ లక్ష్యాలు సాధిద్దాం గింజలు పుల్లలు తెచ్చేద్దాం అంకెలు అన్నీ లెక్కెడదాం తొక్కుడు బిళ్ళ ఆడేద్దాం నిపుణ్ లక్ష్యాలు సాధిద్దాం తరలి రండి కదం తొక్కి బడికే పోదాం మనము ఆడుతూ పాడుతూ అక్షరాలను నేర్చేద్దాం మనమందరము నిపుణ్ నిపుణ్ భారత్ నిపుణ్ నిపుణ్ ఆంధ్ర నిపుణ్ నిపుణ్ భారత్ నిపుణ్ నిపుణ్ ఆంధ్ర ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ రాష్ట్రాన్ని అగ్రగామిగా నిలిపేద్దాం అక్షర పునాది సాధనలో మన సత్తా ఏంటో చూపిద్దాం ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ రాష్ట్రాన్ని అగ్రగామిగా నిలిపేద్దాం అక్షర పునాది సాధనలో మన సత్తా ఏంటో చూపిద్దాం తరలి రండి కదం తొక్కి బడికే పోదాం మనము ఆడుతూ పాడుతూ అక్షరాలను నేర్చేద్దాం మనమందరము నిపుణ్ నిపుణ్ భారత్ నిపుణ్ నిపుణ్ ఆంధ్ర 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 నిపుణ్ నిపుణ్ భారత్ నిపుణ్ నిపుణ్ ఆంధ్ర
Thank you. That was the Nipun anthem which we have developed in the state. While it is in Telugu, I am sure that the message is rightly conveyed to the audience. Thank you, sir. Can I have the PPT, please? Yeah, this is the profile of the state of Andhra Pradesh. Just to give you an insight, this is the new state in the country. Though it is the erstwhile state, Andhra Pradesh is almost like a new state which was formed in 2014. So this is the profile of the state education sector, wherein we have about 61,000 plus schools, of which about 46,000 are government schools. We have about 3.2 lakh teachers, of which about 2 lakh are government teachers. And out of the 72 lakh odd children, about 43 to 45 lakh are government school children. So it's a huge share of government institutions in the state. In the year 2019, state constituted a high-level committee with some education experts, and based on the recommendations given by that committee, state has initiated a structural reform in the school education sector, wherein we all know that today we have different type of schools starting from primary school, upper primary school, secondary school, higher secondary and all. Now, state has decided to change this entire structure into broadly two categories: foundation schools and foundation schools and high schools. Now, in 2020, the NEP also spoke about the same concept. Since the transition from the existing structure to the new structure cannot happen overnight, it can happen only over a couple of years, we have made the beginning in the year 2019 by mapping the schools, identifying the schools, and then converting them into foundation schools and high schools. Here what I am trying to show is on the left side, which you see, this is the focus area today for this conference, the foundation schools. Because of the existing structure, the legacy, we have further classified the foundation schools into three: satellite foundation, foundation, and foundation plus. Satellite foundation are where we are able to bring the PP1 and PP2, which are there in the Anganwadis today, into the same premises, co-located or nearly located, where we can bring them together. So that, satellite foundation is something which we cannot bring together. So that PP1, PP2 will still function separately, but it is having a functional attachment with a nearby primary school. Foundation schools are where we are able to bring them together. So PP1 to class 2 is a continuum in that school, both structurally and functionally. And foundation plus schools are where we will go up to class 5. So PP1 to class 5 will be foundation plus. All the remaining schools, again, pre-high school, high school, I am not going into that because that's a totally different sector altogether. And now our focus on the foundational education, as was rightly spoken by the speakers in the morning session, it's very, very important when we are aligning with the new education policy or the NIPUN objectives. It's very important to work across the various levels in the entire thing, like having proper content, having proper teaching learning material, having proper technology available, and also the capacity building and training of the teachers. We are looking at the entire transformation in that holistic manner. So this is how we have actually brought this into various compartments, wherein where we have to act upon and what is that we have to do. And luckily for the state of Andhra Pradesh, we have got a World Bank supported project in the year 2021. It's called SALT project, supporting Andhra Pradesh learning transformation. We could align the objectives of NEP and NIPUN along with the result areas in the World Bank project. This is what we have done. If you look at the result area 1, it talks about strengthening foundational literacy. That is the core area here. And the result area 2 is the improved quality of teacher-student interaction, which cut across all sections from class 1 to 12. And the last one is strengthening the institutional capacity and community engagement for service. This again is from class 1 to 12. So these are the three broad result areas wherein we are trying to bring in the objectives of the NEP as well as the Nipun Bharat program. And this is just to give you an indication of how we are working on each of these key result areas and what are the sub-components within which we are trying to do it. All the speakers in the morning rightly pointed out about the importance of teacher in the entire system. Teacher is the key, teacher is the core. Unless the teachers who are in this system for last several years, who are used to a particular kind of teaching, are taken into confidence, are made to change some of their ways, be it pedagogical things, be it the way in they make the assessment, be it the way in which they interact with the children. Unless that happens, this is not going to succeed. So that's one important area where we have a Teach tool, which is a World Bank approved teacher observation, evaluation and assessment tool, which we are doing. Last year we started that. In around 10,000 schools, we have done the preliminary observations. This year, we are going to have around 1 lakh observations of the Teach tool. This is a completely online, tablet-based observation tool, based on which we get the full analytics of, this is not about the subject knowledge of the teacher. It's about the attitude, aptitude, the ability of the teacher in engaging the children, having a fruitful interaction in the classroom, etc., etc. Now, coming back to the core aspect of the foundational literacy. This is the transformational roadmap which we have prepared, as I mentioned, for developing the proper curriculum, TLM, then training, everything, and also the monitoring and tracking of things, then capacity building of, and here what we realize that in the school education system today, we have the primary school teachers who teach class 1 to 5. They are one critical element. Similarly, in the Anganwadi system, we have something called an Anganwadi teacher or a Anganwadi worker who is supposed to teach the children at age 3 and 4 as well, to do the capacity building for them. We have two different streams of capacity building training program, one for the Anganwadi teachers, which is about 120 days, and about 60-day program for the primary school teachers. And this program is very, very carefully prepared with the help of several NGOs, including Pratham, who is one of our partners in the World Bank project. And this is how we have prepared the entire transformational roadmap, starting from last year till 2026. And we have already prepared the age-appropriate TLM material for the Anganwadi segment, as well as for the grade 1 and 2. And similarly, the practice class kits, the digital teachers training handbooks, all these are already done. And we also have in place, we are also having the Vidya Samiksha Kendra in our state. And one of the major element is this MIS module for tracking the performance indicators of various aspects, including the teachers, including the schools, including the children, and Nipun. And this foundational literacy and numeracy is one of the components in that. This Nipun Lakshyas, we have actually made provision in that. Through that, we are taking it up. And initially, before we actually launched this entire program, we took up a pilot in about 250 Anganwadi centers and 28 schools. And we actually implemented the entire thing in toto to know the feedback, know the outcome, know the result. This has really helped us in actually making a lot of improvements in that. And as I mentioned, these are the two certificate courses which we have designed. And one is a 120-day certificate course in ECC for the Anganwadi workers, 60-day certificate course in FLN for the grade 1 and 2 teachers. And this includes all the modules which many of the speakers spoke in the morning. Play-based learning method, parent community engagement, teachers, how to make the child interested in all these things. And it will all be delivered in the blended mode, which I will mention about that, how exactly we are going to do. And this was launched on 30th of May by the Honorable Minister. And this is how we have planned this entire program. Key resource person at the state level, already we have completed the training program. The next level of district level training program will be taken up in the month of July. And the teachers who are handling this will be taken up. If you see, there are around 55,000 Anganwadi teachers and about 34,000 grade 1 and 2 teachers who need to be covered. This will take about 3 years. We are not going to rush it and we are not going to cover everybody in 1 year, because we know that unless we give sufficient time to them. And this is how the entire program is being planned. This 60-day program is divided into 3 years. It will be completed in a span of 3 years and 20 days every year. And out of that, 6 days are offline and 14 days are their field assignments and online programs. Similarly, in the case of Anganwadi teachers also, it's 40 days per year for 3 years, both in person as well as the offline, online, both will be there. And this is where we started the entire state level and district level training program. At the end of the training program, all these teachers also take the Nipun Bharat pledge. The photograph on the right hand side top is what you see, that all the teachers who complete this training programs will take up this pledge. And as I have already mentioned, this is the roadmap which we have laid for completing this entire program. And at the end of it, we are giving a proper certification to the Anganwadi teachers and the primary teachers in collaboration with the Acharya Nagarjuna Agriculture University of Andhra Pradesh, as well as various other universities in the state of Andhra Pradesh. So they will get a proper certificate with credit provision which they can use for their further studies as well. And this is in nutshell what we were talking about, how we want to bring this integration of PP1 to 2. We don't want to treat these two as two different entities, though there are a lot of organizational and issues which we have sorted, because as on today, I think in almost all the states, Anganwadis are under the Women and Child Welfare Department, whereas the primaries are in the School Education Department. Even at the national level it is so. To bringing these two departments together, where you have thousands of functionaries, it's not a very easy task, but we have made a very humble beginning, and we are confident that we will be able to do it. Similarly, we were talking about multilingualism. In Andhra Pradesh state, we have about 6 major tribal languages and about 4 minor languages in the state. We have done a lot of work in that area, though I am not elaborating it, just pointing out that we have prepared primers and books on all these languages. Similarly, focusing on the tribal area, we are also making some special interventions for the CWSN children in the tribal area as well as. These are the primers which we have made in the 6 tribal languages. Many of these languages don't have a script of its own. So the script will have to be in Telugu language, whereas the meaning of the words will be totally different. So this also took us a tremendous amount of time, almost 1.5 years, to sit with the tribal community, elders, SCRT experts, and then we brought out this for class 1 and 2. Similarly, as I mentioned, in Andhra Pradesh, we have minor media, Kannada, Odia, Tamil and Urdu in the districts bordering to these states. So we actually provide the books there. And one point I would like to mention, that in all the books in the state of Andhra Pradesh up to class 9 today are bilingual textbooks. All textbooks have English on the left side and either Telugu, Odia, Kannada or Urdu on the right side. So this is for the easy transition of the child from the mother tongue or the local language to English medium. What we found was that when the child comes to the high school, there's a big transition loss because the child is not able to pick up the English language so fast. So we are making a conscious effort to expose the child to English language as well as without losing focus on the mother tongue at the primary stage. And talking about the blended learning initiatives, all the textbooks in Andhra Pradesh, around 384 titles are there from class 1 to 10. All of them are energized textbooks. There is a QR code in the book. By scanning it, you can get the book. Similarly, all the PDF version of all these books are there in the Commissioner School Education website. Anybody can download it free of cost. Similarly, the e-content is being developed in the Diksha platform by our own teachers, experts. And during pandemic time, we have extensively used this. Similarly, in the state of Andhra Pradesh, a new initiative is providing the smart TVs and interactive flat panels in the classrooms. All the primary schools up to class 5, every school is having. Already 10,961 schools were provided smart TVs last year, and this year we are providing some more. And interactive flat panels in all classrooms from class 6 onwards. And for this we are using the best available content in the market today. Through Byju's, we have an MOU for the free, they are making it freely available. Similarly, for the languages, which is not available in Byju, our own SCRT experts are developing the digital content. So this is how we are transforming this. And another main initiative is the providing tablets. We all know there is a digital divide in the society. When we talk about digital education, majority of children, we did a survey, we found 70% of the children in the government schools have no access to a digital device, be it their parents or neighbors, whatever it is. So if you are providing digital content free of cost to the child, how is the child going to use it if the child doesn't have an access to it? That is the reason why it was decided that from class 8 onwards, last year it was done in the class 8, around 518,000 children, and all the teachers handling the classes in the high schools are given the tablet pre-loaded with the Byju learning content as well as the language content developed by the SCRT in the state. Similarly, this interactive flat panels, as I just now mentioned, this is a new initiative. By this July, around 30,000 classrooms in the state class 6 onwards will have the interactive flat panels with the content preloaded, and the teachers training is going on. For the training of the teachers, we have tied up with the universities in the state. The engineering colleges, higher education institutions are being used both on the usage of the IFP, how to operate the IFP, how to use the IFP, and also the digital content. This will be a big transformation, big game changer in the entire state is going to happen this year. And this is how the smart classroom looks. This is a smart primary classroom where you have the smart TV preloaded with all the appropriate, age-appropriate content. This is another small initiative. Just I want to make a passing reference that this toy pedagogy is being very because locally available toys, locally prepared toys are also being used in the appropriate environment to help the children also. And this is one big thing. Initially, I was talking about the infrastructure upgradation, which many states have spoken. So there's a program called Manabadi Nadu Nadu, which means our school yesterday and today. It's a huge infrastructure initiative taken up. Total outlay of the project is 16,000 crore for a span of 3 years. All the 45,000 schools in the state will have most modern upgraded facility covering all these aspects. Already 15,000 schools are covered in the first phase, spending around 4,000 crores. The second phase, covering about 23,000 schools with an outlay of 8,000 crore is ongoing, which we expect to complete by the end of December this year. And the last phase, the remaining schools will be taken up with about 4,000 crore in the next year. This will hugely transform the infrastructure in the school. While we were talking about the teachers' training, having a dignified place for the children to sit and learn is also an essential. There's something about that may or may not directly translate into better learning outcome. But I am confident that that will give higher self-respect to the child. Whichever background the child may come from, sitting in a classroom like this, or so these are how the government schools typically look. The same school after Nadu Nadu is transformed like this. So because of shortage of time, I am not showing you many such pictures, but now walk into any of these 15,000 schools which were completed last year, you will see this transformation. Yeah, it is there. In the classrooms, we have the green chalkboard. Now in the high schools, when we have the IFP, in the center we have the IFP, and on both the sides we will have the green boards. Because whenever there is the power shortage, that IFP will not work. Otherwise, IFP can itself be used as a board. You can write it on that and then erase it. So this is just last point to mention, sir. During this G20 Jan Bhagidari event, based on the directions given by the Honorable Secretary, sir, we have taken up a massive campaign in the state, from the state level up to the school level. And I'm happy to share and thank the Education Department that Andhra Pradesh topped in the country with the highest number of events and highest number of participants in the state, sir. Thank you for your guidance, sir. That's all from my side. Thank you, sir.
And we move on to the last presentation by Manju Balasubramanian, Principal of TPS Bengaluru North.
Good evening, everybody. Respected Sanjay Kumar sir and the distinguished members from the ministry at the central level and at the state. Eminent educationists, members from the boards, CBSE and the other state boards. SPPU University, the Vice Chancellor and the staff, the students, the volunteers. Mine's the last session for the day. Policy makers, people in administration, NEPA, NCRT have all spoken. I'm a living practitioner of what the country, the government, what everyone wants to do to make India on the platform for 2030. 2030 is a very special year for India in many ways. The SDGs have to be met in 2030, the NEP has to be met in 2030, Nishtha a little earlier by 27, and there'll be some of us who will reach it by 2030. It's also very important because 2030 is the year, post 2030, India will have the largest number of youth in the workspace. And My students today in 23 who are 18 or 17 are going to be 23. They're going to be working. My children in kindergarten 1 and 2 are going to be there in that future which I do not know. The word that's often used, VUCA, volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous. Nobody knows what that future is going to be. So what do we equip our children with? Foundational literacy and numeracy, which is never going to change. Language, math. You need them for life. Socio-emotional learning. Two things that are so essential for children in primary school, and that is what we need to be empowered to teach and bring to them what are global trends. My presentation today is going to showcase some of the things that we at Delhi Public School, Bangalore North practice. As a teacher, I'm a storyteller. And this is what I want to say to teachers. Very often it is us versus them. Government schools versus private schools. Indian schools versus Western schools. You know, developing versus developed. But ask me as a teacher and ask anyone who's here as a teacher, the child matters the most to us. It doesn't matter whether he comes or she comes from a private school or a public school. We want our children to be ready for the future. We want them to be strong emotionally and psychologically. We want them to live and celebrate failure because failure will lead to success. Are we equipping them with these skills? And I'm going to look at some of the examples. Is this working? Okay. The G20 and our logo, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. We say that, but we don't feel that. As teachers, we really live that every day, and we believe that it's not just us, but each one of you sitting there who's going to change the lives of our children. It takes a village to raise a child. Nothing could be more apt than that quote. And we all need to be living that. Every trusted adult needs to be. In that process, like Dr. Subramaniam said this morning, every teacher is your child. Every child is your teacher. Those of us who've lived learning know that we've learned from every child. And I'm saying this from the perspective of a school that is extremely inclusive. At DPS Bangalore North, we have 7,000 children in the CBSE board. And of them, 700 are children in the children with special needs. Of them, 95% are children with specific learning disabilities or invisible disabilities that you do not see. But for ever so long, they've been labeled as lazy, incompetent, misbehaved, badly behaved, rude. Every minute that I spend with children, I believe and I learn more that every child who plays truant or every child who's doing things differently has a reason. For every child wants to be loved by the parents and the teacher. Nobody else makes more impact on them than us. So are we this group, are we this village that is going to raise a child, all our children? Teaching is a profession in which capacity building should occur at every stage. Someone spoke about the cycle of professional development. It's not one in-service program or pre-service program that takes it. It has to be a continuous process that is, in my belief, a daily experience. Every teacher who writes that lesson plan and reflects on that lesson plan at the end of the day, did my class go well? What did not go right for my children? What did not go right for me? That is capacity, professional development, and for that, we need to build capacity. Working with accomplished colleagues, skillful teachers, sharing their craft, and opportunities for teacher leadership. I see this picture as the embodiment of the NEP 2020. The NEP says the child is at the center of learning, and closely protecting that child is that teacher. And if we want children to be ready for the 4th industrial age and the 21st century with skills that are required for them, It's our duty to equip our teachers who are going to care for them and nurture them with those skills. How does a teacher who was born earlier know about this 21st century skills? It's only in theory. Can we start living it? Can we start showing learning in capacity building programs where they read theory and they practice, in an experiential manner? And for me, this scaffolding of the teacher is capacity building, empowering the nurturer with knowledge, skills, and attitudes. We say this for children all the time, competency building, but we never say building competencies for teachers. CBSE is doing that. I feel extremely proud to be a part of a board, and I've been a CBSE student myself, and I passed out school in 1986. From then on to now, it's been one of the most progressive boards, futuristic, truly child-centric. Because I come from a special needs background, I understand the 21 accommodations and exemptions that the board gives. It's there in every state, it's there in every board, international and national, but people don't use it. CBSE empowers its teachers to understand special needs at very many different levels. Just some statements from the United Nations on what capacity building is, what the NEP postulates, and what the CBSE believes, that it enhances understanding of the curriculum and delivery mechanism with other professional qualities. And there have been numerous programs that started during the pandemic and have been successfully being carried out. I'll come to that in a while. But thoughts that, how do we go back? This is a program of yesterday in my school, where blended learning in grade 6 and 7, math and science, is being introduced by an organization, and we are doing a pilot project. Just like the government, the private schools also engage in pilot programs. However, that's not very often spoken about, but if today my students are there at the exhibition, I'd like to thank IBM and 1M1B for bringing our students to this level. So partnerships are very important, and I believe quality education, which is the mission of the SDG 4, quality capacity building is what the NEP 2020 says, is quality teachers. Quality teachers are happy teachers. Happy teachers are happy children. And together they make happy schools, they make a happy society, they make a happy world, they make a peaceful world. What do we need for teachers to have quality? Every teacher who comes into a school system has a bachelor's or a master's degree, a teacher qualification. You wouldn't take them otherwise. What more do they need? And again, Mr. Subramaniam spoke about it. He said, motivated, Mr. Nair spoke about it. How do you enthuse your teachers? How do you fill them with excitement and curiosity? The things that they have to bring to their children, they want to develop in their children. If a teacher is not curious, if a teacher is not excited, how is she going to bring that energy into the classroom? How is he going to bring that energy into that classroom? You're going to teach a syllabus, a content that's not really going to change over 30 years. I've spent 35 years. But I need to be excited every morning, and when I go to teach biology, it's like my first day. And how do I do that? Because technology enables me to do that. I'm not dependent on that textbook. And if I were to take one presentation in a blended learning environment, my children will make 40 presentations by the end of the day. I've created resource. The power of technology, great leveler, allows for everyone to learn together, self-paced sometimes, but anywhere, anytime, always. I've quoted, that's from NEP 2020 5.1. CBSE's incorporated the capacity building programs in its 50-hour training program, of which 25 have to be through CBSE and its other programs like Nishtha, Diksha, Swayam, all of that. But it also has a very deep understanding of what all could be professional capacity building. Capacity building does not have to be only through workshops and seminars. Your student could be your capacity builder. And here I'm going to tell you about probably the first student in the country on a wheelchair to become head boy of a school. Karanveer Anand, my student, he passed away on 16th of November 22. He came to us when he was 4 years old in kindergarten, a boy like any other child, running, playing cricket by the time he was in second standard. By third standard, muscular dystrophy. We knew he had muscular dystrophy, but it started showing in. There was a time when he couldn't climb stairs. So we kept him like all schools on the ground floor, and those were the days when just the ground floor had a ramp. He was there on the ground floor in third, he was in the ground floor on the fourth, and the fifth he comes up and tells me, "Ma'am, sorry, all the sections are going up. My section is stuck with me on the ground floor. We want to be with the rest of the crowd. Can you build ramps for me?" Ramps were made. He was still not wheelchair bound, but he said stairs are difficult, ramps are easier. Everybody started using the ramps. Just not Karan. Every single one of us. Those of us with knee aches, trolleys being pushed, canteens being shifted. And then when it came to a stage when he had to sit on the wheelchair and he said, "I'm still not ready. I still want to walk. I want to be independent. Give me rails on the walls." We just not only made it for him, we made it for everybody. Grandparents coming to visit their children started using it. Everything universal design. And then when his mother who's a colleague of ours and now a teacher in the school, used to take him and carry him into the washroom. And he said, "Ma'am, can I have accessible toilets?" This was way before CBSE mandated that you should have your infrastructure that is universal design, and that happened. Grade 10, CGPA 10, wants to do science. In 11th and 12th, labs not ready, and his parents say, "Not possible." And he comes with a design from the internet, from Google, and says, "Ma'am, I want one table that is like this for physics and chemistry." We made it, and we made it for a couple of more children. Went on to get a 95.8 in 12th. Went on to be on a 100% scholarship at Ramaya University. Got a 100% scholarship for his master's program in Ramaya, but did not live to see through that. The story doesn't end there. Grade 12, he comes and tells me, "Manju ma'am, I want to be head boy. I want to be applying for the head boy of the school." His mother and father came along with him and said, "Karan, you can't do it. 15 days of the month you're in hospital. How are you going to manage that?" And he said, "Ma'am, do you believe me? Do you think I can do it?" And I said, "Yes." And he said, "I'm going to apply to all the criteria that you mentioned. You see if I make it or not." He didn't score on sports. He didn't score on a few other activities that required physical ability, but he scored on academics, on his debating skills, on his poetry, on his kindness, on his compassion for helping others. The day prior to the event, his colleagues who were standing for head boy and head girl said, head boy specifically, said, "We are stepping down." And I said, "Is that sympathy?" And they said, "No, it's history. There's never been a boy in the country who's been on a wheelchair, who's going to be head boy of a school. We want to be a part of that history. We want to be a part of what is called collective leadership." I'd never ever thought of it. We hadn't thought about it. That night, we'd practicing on the ground like this because we didn't have a ramp to the stage. Overnight, the boys' parents and the prefectorial board erected a makeshift stage. He was taken up. What I'm going to say is going to tell us that our children are better than us. We always keep saying that the next generation is terrible, right? That morning, when the oath was taken, to everybody's surprise, all the children knelt down. They came to the level of Karanveer Anand to take the pledge. Inclusivity is a culture. Inclusivity is accepting of diversity in every which manner. Inclusivity is strength-based approach. We're always looking at weaknesses. What is it that we don't have? Can we start looking we keep saying every child is unique, but we really don't look at every child as unique. Our unique are the ones who get you the 90% and the 100%. That's not an equitable society. The reason I spoke about these stories are the essence of the SDGs and the NEP. Inclusive, equitable, quality education, lifelong learning for all. Lifelong learning for children, for teachers, for support staff, for managements, for policymakers, everybody. NPST, someone from the state spoke about standard setting. We have NPST. We've done the pilot program, and a couple of my teachers have reached the final stage. Standard setting for teachers, very important. What happened before the pandemic, during the pandemic, and post the pandemic in CBSE? Everything was offline. In cities like Bangalore, it was a nightmare for teachers to travel. Going to a workshop meant, that's it, I'm done for. During the pandemic, offline, fantastic opportunities for us in South India. Otherwise, whatever was happening with CBSE in Delhi, only Delhi teachers would be called for. But suddenly we were teachers from Calcutta, running out of time, thank you. We were all there, and we became a part of many of the programs that CB was conducting. Post-pandemic, we decided to use the mix of two, so we have programs like pedagogical leadership and SQUAW, which have a blended atmosphere, where the training happens online with the same team, the trainer and the trainee, the mentor and the mentee. And then once in a couple of weeks or months, we meet in person to put our things together. We've been using a lot of CBSE platforms and NCERT platforms. We don't have to wait for the government to tell us what to do. We can start. Schools are places of collective intelligence. There is experience of people, of probably, if there are 40 teachers, 400 years of experience out there. Can we do something? And so we decided to use a lot of tools that are tech tools from NCERT, and I've left it for all of you to see. We do Bhasha Sangam to promote multilingualism, and we've done it in a very innovative way. Teachers who, suppose I speak Tamil, I teach Tamil to a group of children in a 12-week program where we teach foundational language, and we also relate it with the history, civics, and geography of that place. The others are all there for you. We had the Vidya Pravesh program for entry post-pandemic. Not only did we do it for grade 1, we did it for grade 2 and grade 3 also, because they all had learning gaps. SAFAL, which is not NAS, but a CBSE initiative for key stage testing at 3 and 5. We were involved in that. The the PM e-Vidya portal, which won the United Nations Award, King Hamza's Award, we were a part of that. We do it at different levels. We believe that capacity building, in addition to what happens at local, regional, state, and national levels, CBSE has its very strong COE, which is the Center of Excellence, 16 of them, NCERT, CIET, DPS, SS, HRDC, that is for DPS schools, we also have that. International programs like the Fulbright and the British Council, and I think all government schools are now involved in that, and it's all about exposure. Again, this is our culture at DPS Bangalore North. Empathy and ethics matter most to people. Principal and teachers are continuously involved in capacity building, so you can see that. The girl in the red shalwar kameez in the end, she's not a teacher. She is an admin support person. She involved in this program because she wanted to build capacity to meet parents who come to the school, and if they said they had a child with special needs, she wanted to understand and direct them to the right person. Capacity building as a culture. My students are there. They're here because of our partnerships. And capacity building is this, where you get your teachers to be engaged in the future. And my teacher today, when I went and met her in the afternoon, said, "Ma'am, I've connected with Google, I've connected with Intel, I've connected with IBM. We're bringing all their programs, and Google has an SEL program, something that we've been wanting to do, tech-enabled." And that excitement is capacity building. We do a lot of awareness programs, not only for us, but for others. So building capacity in others is also a responsibility of school educators. So this is a symposium that we are doing. Ethics, empathy, again, capacity building. You can see the boy on the wheelchair is a teacher. So not only do we say that we are inclusive in terms of students, we build capacity through them, and we believe that we don't know the answers of a person on a wheelchair. So the person on the wheelchair has to be their voice, a self-advocate of what they want to see as change. And I think that is about inclusion. This is an art-integrated program, Pride Month, and so this picture is being used to teach diversity and inclusion, science and gender, and just a painting, just an example, sports integration into learning. And again, most CBSE schools are doing that. We work very closely with the Azim Premji University because they are in Bangalore. My teachers and I could work on curriculum review, curriculum development, question paper setting, a review of question papers. Thank you, I'll finish. So we did all of that. So partnerships with organizations, pedagogical leadership, and SQUA saying that schooling is about self-improvement, starting personally to the organization. Storytelling, this is the picture I picked up from Google. One of my teachers is today teaching science through the story of Kamala Sohoni, the first Indian teacher scientist to get a PhD. Learning from everywhere. Civic awareness, environment, a lot of work, including crowdfunding, is what we are doing. Peer capacity building through sharing of good practices, peer observation-based capacity building, mentor programs like someone spoke about with other schools, not only in our setup, but everywhere else. Hubs of learning, these are the number of organizations that we work. The slide was too small to show the others. But schools need to become spaces and not places. Your gates and your doors and your windows should be open for the community to come in, and you should step out. And that is learning beyond the classroom, inviting experts, someone spoke about that. Capacity building through national and international programs, Ek Bharat, Shresh Bharat. Most schools have done it. Thank you. Outbound workshops. That's what happens when you give teacher a time. You know, we've been living this, and we wanted to share everything. I hope I've been a representative for all the wonderful teachers across the country. Thank you for giving us this opportunity. Thank you. I'm so sorry.
A heartfelt thanks to all the panelists. I request Joint Secretary, Ministry of Education, Amarpreet Duggal ji, to please come on the stage and present the mementos to three panelists, starting with Additional Chief Secretary, Education and Finance, Uttar Pradesh. The representative is Shri Anand Kumar Pandey, Senior Professor from Samagra Shiksha. Commissioner, School Education, Andhra Pradesh, Shri S. Suresh Kumar. SPD from Madhya Pradesh, Mr. Dhanraju. And Manju Bala Subramaniam, Principal, DPS, Bengaluru North. And Mr. Rajesh Singh Rana, Special Secretary, Education, Chhattisgarh. The vote of thanks will be delivered by Joint Secretary, Department of School Education, Government of India, Archana Sharma Avasthi. I invite her on the dais.
Good evening to everybody. Respected Shri Sanjay Kumar, Secretary, School Education and Literacy, Government of India. Professor Suresh Gosavi, he is not here. VC is SPPU. The secretaries and principal secretaries and SPDs and other officials of the state governments and UTs, esteemed experts and panelists who have come here, and all others present. After 2 days of knowledge and experience sharing, we come to an end of the 2-day National Conference on Foundational Literacy and Numeracy, creating the base for lifelong learning. We organized this conference to bring together the representatives of all the states and UTs and experts in different fields to discuss some of the most pressing issues for proper implementation of the FLN mission. In the past 2 years, since the launch of the mission, we have made substantial headway towards achieving the targets. However, there is a long way to go and much ground to cover to it. The past 2 days have been a really enriching experience for all of us. I hope so. We have learned about many innovative interventions currently being done in the various states, especially in the 2 major areas of discussion that we discussed. As a precursor to the 4th and last G20 Education Working Group meeting, of which the theme is ensuring foundational literacy and numeracy, especially in the context of blended learning, this national conference has duly recognized the positive work that is being carried out by the states and UTs. And therefore, we are certain that India will stand tall in the meeting starting from day after tomorrow while discussing the progress that it has made in the FLN in the country. I would like to express my gratitude to Secretary, our dear Secretary Shri Sanjay Kumar ji, for providing his guidance and leadership to make this conference a success. Sir's constant guidance and support has enabled us to bring us to this level. He has been with us from the planning stages to the current shape and form of the conference. Getting such luminaries in the education ecosystem under one roof was totally because of his constant endeavor to find who are the best. And we, of course, by the reactions of the people during the sessions between tea and lunch, I have gathered that we have got a perfect combination of them. So thank you, sir, to you. Though physically not present here, we have done all this under the guidance of our esteemed Honorable Minister Shri Dharmendra Pradhan ji, who has given us the overarching vision on what to do and how to do it. I would also like to thank the Additional Secretary Srimati L.S. Changsan for her presence and providing a direction for the conference today with her welcome address. Then VC Shri Gosavi, I know he was required at that time at 5 different places, but he was kind enough to give us an overview of what university is doing for education. Special thanks to all the experts on the panels yesterday and today for sharing their thought-provoking ideas, which are very practical and actually can be implemented. We would like to engage with them in the coming days also. I am also grateful to the state government officers who have presented their best practices, and healthy discussion took place on the relevant issues. They were all to the point and very forward looking, so that was a very nice thing. I thank Shri Ranjit Deol, Principal Secretary Education, and his team from the Ministry of Education, Maharashtra State, for all the support in the logistics and the arrangements. He and his team readily catered to all our whims and fancies, whether they were reasonable or not reasonable. They were just there, we will do it. Thanks would not be complete without thanking Professor Suresh Gosavi, because they have provided all the logistics within the university and things have gone very smoothly. We also thank the media personnel who are present here and are covering this very important conference, as it directly relates to strengthening the foundation of the country. Thank you, Parimal, for being such a good host. And last but not the least, all the ground level officers, officials, staff and volunteers who have contributed towards the organization of the conference. They all deserve a big applause. So, thank you so much. Jai Hind.
I thank the dignitaries on the stage and the delegates here. We are going for a tea coffee break, and there won't be a heritage tunnel walk as announced earlier. Also a request to the state secretaries and SPDs, if you are attending the event tomorrow, kindly collect your passes at the entrance counter on your left. Thank you.